Sills! Philadelphia, I officially dub you the Rodney Dangerfield of sports. You never get any respect. You just don't get any respect. Hey, guess what? I could come up with some stupid ass statistic or some sort of metric to show you that an elephant can actually fly. Okay? I mean, if I really had to, I could show you how I could hold an elephant with its tail off a cliff with my two fingers if I came up with some sort of index. So ESPN comes up with this BCS type metric. And what they're doing here is it's like they're trying to justify the ratings magnet that is the Dallas Cowboys as being better than you. And when you look at this thing, what is it called? The power index? Football power index? Who gives a shit what it's called? KC, Baltimore. I get, hey, if you want to argue Baltimore and Philly with me, I'm in for that. I don't think Kansas City's better than Baltimore. Kansas City, Baltimore, the Bills, the Niners, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Chargers, the Bengals. Those are your top 9 teams. What do every single one of those teams have in common except for Philly? What do they all have in common? They're some of the most inconsistent teams in the league. So you don't get credit for record or consistency. See, what they're doing is they're looking at the front end of your schedule and saying, well, they didn't really play anybody. And they kind of been hanging on. You know, I'll disagree with Angelo a little bit. You're 8-1. You're 8-1. I don't care how you drive to get to your destination. As long as you get to your destination, you arrived on time. You know, you get credit for showing up on time. Well, they really didn't look. You know, you had a couple breakdowns. Did you show up on time? Yes. Okay. You get credit for that. You absolutely get credit for showing up on time and showing up every weekend. Has Kansas City showed up every weekend? Ask them about Denver. Then they'll go, what about the Jets? And I'll turn around and look at you and go, hey, man, what about Detroit? Home opener? Dropping the flag? Raising up the championship banner? And Jared Goff goes into your crib and beats your ass down? Okay, well, I don't know. Baltimore, you lose to the Colts? The Bills, you could call them the Buffalo Weebles because they wobble and they do fall down. And I like that team. Even the coach today, Sean McDermott, came out and said, we're too inconsistent. The Dolphins, can I tell you who the Dolphins are? The Dolphins are Spider Rico. The Miami Spider Ricos. The Cowboys. Hey, man. Hey, you want to know what a scam is? You know how people call you up and want to get like a money card off you because, you know, you got to pay a bill and it's some dude sitting in his mom's basement wearing a Fat Guinea t-shirt. He goes, hey, man, you got to pay your electric bill. Can you send me a money card? That's who the Cowboys are. The Cowboys are scam artists. You got the Eagles. Hey, have they played great? No, but they play better than anybody in the league this year so far. Dude, I can't believe I'm defending you. I can't believe I'm defending you like this. The Chargers? Dude, of all teams on this list, the Chargers. Here, do you notice something? Watch this. Mahomes, face of the league. Baltimore, East Coast, right there in the hub. Buffalo, Josh Allen, great fan base. 49ers, best team on the West Coast. Miami, You get the South Florida demo. Cowboys, national demo. Eagles, the hatred. Chargers, Los Angeles. Bengals, the highest paid player in the league. That's what you're doing here. This is not a metric for telling me who's good. This is a metric for telling me how you can cover the league. These are all, get this, these are all the top teams that have some of the highest social media engagement. When you go to X, this is a social media engagement list. This is like just a total slap in the face again. Man, Philadelphia, you are the Rodney Dangerfield of sports, and it's not even, get this, they're not even trying to freaking hide it anymore. They're not even trying to hide it on you. That Philly, screw them. Those people are assholes. What? Hey, are you crazy? I was like, come on, man. Holy cow. ESPN. You got to love them, man. They'll do anything it takes. By the way, you see him defending Jim Harbaugh now? Yeah, ESPN and Fox have a vested stake in that. You take Michigan off that, man, guess what you take? You take ratings away. They don't want to take any of that shit away. Are they wrong? Yeah, that list is totally wrong. Dude, you want to debate Baltimore with me? I'll do that. You want to debate Baltimore and a healthy San Francisco? I'm in. The rest of those teams? No, thank you. Miami? The Chargers? Shit, man, they're going to be battling it out whether or not to have a 500 team this year. 49ers? Sure, okay, I'll debate that. Dude, there's 3 teams in the league right now playing the best ball. And if you want to throw Cincinnati in there, go ahead. They're rapidly getting better and better every week. Sure. There's like 4 teams. Cincy, Baltimore, the Eagles, and the Niners. The rest of them, take the field if you want. I'll take one of those 4 teams is going to win the Super Bowl. Okay, Kansas City. By the way, Bill Moss, the former NFL Rookie of the Year, works with the broadcast team for the Kansas City Chiefs, former All-Pro, will join us at 5:30 Eastern. Tone will also join us with a segment. That'll be at 3:30 as he does each and every single day. Speaking of Tone, I'll tell you what, man. You know what a flag-waving fan is when you listen to him talk sometimes about his birds. I heard him and Rob talking about, you see that 27 million people, hey, it was all Eagles. And I'm like, you're so full of shit. Then I had to actually do some homework. Is he wrong? Listen to this. 8 weeks of the season so far. Are the Eagles a draw like the Cowboys? You don't really, I don't, they're not, no way are they a draw like the Cowboys. No way. By the way, it's the most watched television program of the year so far. Okay? Outside the Super Bowl, it's the most watched television program. Eagles and Cowboys shows you the power of the NFL. So I went back and looked at the first 8 weeks of the season, first 9 weeks of the season. Is Tone right? Are the Eagles a draw? Are they maybe America's blue-collar team? Both teams get credit for the number 1 show with that 27.1. Actually, let's go the other way. Week 1. Versus the Giants. The Cowboys. 20.18 million people watched the Cowboys and the New York Giants play. That was number 4. The Eagles played New England. 21.35. Number 3. Okay. Second week. Cowboys, number 1, 25.78, New York and Dallas. That was number one. Eagles played Minnesota. Who? For sixth. 15 million people in week 2. I don't think that's a bad number, actually. Week 3 against the Bucks. 5th, 13-7. Cowboys didn't show up in the top 5. Week 4 versus Washington. 6th, 13-2. Cowboys versus New England, 23-3. That was 2nd. Week 5 against the Rams, 16-8 for the Eagles for 4th. Versus the Niners, 24-9. That was number 1 for the Cowboys. By the way, that 49er-Eagle game is going to get gargantuan numbers. Week 6, Eagles, number 1. Most watched television show that week, 26.4 versus the Jets. Dallas, number 2, 19-6. Week 7 versus Miami, number 2 watched television show, Eagles and Dolphins. Dallas didn't show up. Last week versus the Rams, 19-9-8, number 2. So there is some, and the 27-1 this past Sunday, making it the number 1 watched television show outside the Super Bowl. Eagles are a draw. You're one of the most watched television shows of the year. How come you don't get the respect with the national media then? It's almost like the fans love you, but the media doesn't. I don't think the media has respect for Philly. I think the NFL fan does. These television ratings dictate that. Get this. Everything today is measured on clicks, views, and TV ratings. Not whether you're good. Pretty impressive. Dallas still probably by a niche. It's still the number 1 most watched television show every year. Okay? But I would put the Eagles right there in the top 3 TV shows of the entire year. That's really awesome for Hurts, for the team, the organization, the exposure of Philadelphia. That's great stuff, man. That's great shit. It really is. That means the exposure that Jalen Hurts is getting is probably one of the reasons why he's one of the top candidates to be the MVP this year. I think he's trending up to be the MVP. I really do. I think he's trending up. This is going to be that San Francisco game. By the way, Kansas City and San Francisco are going to be some of the highest rated games of the year when they come out of their bye week. Jalen Hurts is a story, even though the national media doesn't want to quantify it. Look what ESPN does. ESPN doesn't even think you're really one of the better teams in the league. They kind of think you are. The nation loves watching you and Jalen Hurts. You know why? Because they can identify with Hurts. You have something in common with him. Blue collar, hardworking, underdog. That's what the league needs to be promoting. He's the ultimate underdog. MVP is a joke. It's a media darling award. Totally true. Look, you can't shit on Mahomes, dog. Ryan, Patrick Mahomes last year and what he's done over 5 years. Come on now. I'll tell you this. If anybody else wins the MVP, Lamar Jackson probably is in that conversation. But if anybody else wins that thing and Hurts doesn't win it and he continues to play the way he's playing, come on. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? All right, let's get into the topics. We're going to do something completely different here on the off week. And we're going to take a different direction here. As of February 23, the Eagles have accumulated more all-time views on YouTube than any other NFL football league franchise, according to data from Martech and Buzz My Videos. The Eagles' total 146 million was well above the 107.4 million generated by the Cowboys. That's a great story. Now, the Cowboys have a bye in there too. And, you know, they didn't play as many games, but that's a heck of a number there. Okay? Now, the Cowboys have one less game to also see. Come on there, Tone. I know we're going here with it. I got it, but, you know, we got one less game there, Hoss. Hey, by the way, I think it's amazing. This is prior to the season. Oh, wow. That's great, man. Fantastic. Good stuff, man. Flag waving Eagle guys, man. I love listening to them, man. Do you know much content I get out of that? All right. Let's go into some topics. I got a whole bunch. We're going to go kind of off the charts here a little bit, but I do want to start the show off with this. What does Sean Desai and Brian Johnson have to do to keep their jobs? What do they have to do in 2023 to keep their jobs and not be replaced at the end of the year? Because right now, do you think their jobs are safe? Dean, sprain likely, going to go to IR. I'm done talking about him. I really am. I'm not talking about a guy who's always broken down. I'm done with Dean. Until he shows me he can play, I'm really done with that guy. Okay, I'm done with it. How many people believe that the coordinators' jobs are safe? You think their jobs are safe? No, that's not fair, Purdy. That Dean's not a player. You don't know that. Dean can't stay healthy is the facts. Dean, not a player, is not a fact yet. Unsure? Okay. Art thinks that the coordinator jobs are safe. Okay. Writers called the modern standard of success. The Eagles, the modern standard of success. I wouldn't go there with that. Got to win. You mean the Chiefs? No, they are not safe. Season is far from done. What do they have to do to keep their jobs? I don't think they're safe at all. I think they'll be replaced as quick as Doug Peterson was. If you can replace Doug Peterson, you can replace these guys. Okay? And get this. They're 8-1. And remember what I told you yesterday. You've won 22 of 26, and if you don't close the door again, and you go on this great run, and you don't validate it, that's a problem. What do they have to do to keep their jobs? Get to the conference title? Get to the Super Bowl? Get to the playoffs? Man, that shit's not good enough. Do they have to do exactly what Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon did? You don't get fired if the team is winning. Really? So if you win a Super Bowl, you don't get fired. Right? So wait a minute. You fired Doug Peterson because he had 4 wins, but yet you don't take that into account that he won you a Super Bowl. That guy just said he'd fire Doug Peterson for 4 wins, even though he won you a chip. That whole Doug Peterson scenario was a colossal organizational meltdown. not a Doug Peterson issue. He was part of it. But his success in Jacksonville is showing you that whole scene was full of shit. Doug Peterson got fired and won you a Super Bowl. And you think if you don't win a Super Bowl, but you win a ton of games, you keep your job? Marty Schottenheimer was 14-2. Lost his job in San Diego. You keep your job. Kellen Moore was fired last year for 12-4. Shit. Eric Bieniemy was told to get the hell out of Kansas City because he had to go try to find another job somewhere because he was going nowhere in KC. He wasn't fired, but he took a lateral move. Hey, dude, assistant coaches are gypsies. Bare minimum, they have to make it to the bowl. And it all depends how they perform in the game as well. Anything less, it's right, it's criminal. I'm going to tell you one more time. You put up some sort of 14-win season again, and you win 28 games in 2 years, and you don't win a Super Bowl, I am going to put a death grip on you and tell you that what you've done is nothing. Nothing. Hey, you can put up all the points and yards you want, sacks. What's it mean in the end? Are you trying to get those guys jobs? Or are you trying to win a Super Bowl? What are you trying to do here? I think those guys, in my opinion, I think they at least, at minimum, Sean Desai's got to get to the NFC title game to keep his job. I think he's got more deficiencies on that side of the ball to deal with. So I may give him a tick more latitude. Because of the way the organization thinks, they don't spend money on that side of the ball. Brian Johnson has no excuses. He cannot have that thing look worse. And I'm not saying it does. Because they're asking him to also come into a system. You got to remember something about these coordinators. This is not their systems. This is the Philadelphia Eagles systems. They're adapting to the players, which is the right thing to do. Okay? They have to adapt. This is not their systems. This is not Brian Johnson's system. He's worked in it. That's not Sean Desai's defensive system. He's working in it. So he's also had to adapt. Let me tell you something, guys. I think one of the most undercover things here in this whole process with these coordinators, they're doing things that maybe they have never done before. Johnson, on the other hand, has been involved with it as a quarterback coach. Desai's not. And just because you know Vic Fangio doesn't mean you work with the personnel in Philly. Don't you think that's taken some time also of an adjustment for Sean Desai to have to go through? If a player comes from college and he comes into the NFL, isn't that an adjustment? Desai not running this defense, kind of something like it, but still not it. Isn't that an adjustment? You got to give him some latitude. He's got more of an adjustment to make. Brian, on the other hand, has worked in this system. Okay? They're running an organizational system here, these coordinators. It's a pretty tough task. You know the advantage that Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon have over these two current coordinators? Those guys implemented that system. These two guys have been asked to run Jonathan Gannon's defense and Shane Steichen's offense. Think about that. When you have more autonomy and more creativity to do something, and it's yours, don't you think you have more latitude? That's why it's a little bumpy on both sides. The coordinators, this is not their job. This is not, you see a little more blitzing when it comes to Desai. I think these coordinators have had a pretty tough job. Fourth most championship appearances past 30 years. Congratulations to you. You got one Super Bowl. Means nothing. The New York Giants in the past, what? Since 2000, New York Giants get more Super Bowls than you. What's that mean, Ryan? Great. The Andy Reid somewhat dynasty thing you like to call led you to nothing. Led you to nothing. Stop doing that. Stop celebrating second place. You sound like the Cowboys. Well, we've gone farther than Dallas. You're comparing yourself to Dallas? Stop doing that. You need to be comparing yourself to Kansas City and New England. Get this. You want to hear something I keep hearing people say, and I hear a ton of people say this about the Patriots. Look at how horrible that thing's been for 4 years. I'll take 24 years of what they did in 4 shitty years for 6 Super Bowls. Any day, any night, anytime. Stop it. It's been 25 years of dominance. 4 years of shitty ball for 6 Super Bowls. Would you trade that in? It means the franchise has been consistent. Congratulations. Seriously. Man, I can't believe what did you think? Name me a dynasty in the NFL that's lasted 25 years. Name me one. Name me one dynasty. Steelers? You make it sound like you've never had a dynasty. You've never had a dynasty in football. Maybe Penn back in the 20s. I don't know. But you've never had a dynasty in professional football in Philadelphia ever. Don't talk like you've had one. Sills, do you think Desai is doing better, equal, worse? I think he's doing a better job. I think he's got a tougher job. Mike, when I look at Sean Desai, he is being asked to run Jonathan Gannon's defense with lesser talent in the secondary and aging corners and suspect linebackers. And you know where they're really winning? There's 2 areas that Sean Desai is doing a great job. What is it? Run defense and points allowed. Hey, dude, I'll tell you what. I'll let a football team throw for 595 yards on me. You score 23 points and you throw up 595 yards on me and you only score 23, I'm going to take that every day in the NFL. Today's NFL, I'll take that every day. But still, dude, points allowed. Red zone defense. Moderate standard success NFC over a prolonged period. Dude, 1 Super Bowl is not a prolonged success. It means you're consistent. That's it. The Giants have more Super Bowls than you. Okay, in your own division since 2000. The Giants, and that thing's a train wreck. Stop doing that. Dude, I'm not going to debate second place finishes. I got all over Michael Parsons' dumbass yesterday. Look, I'm just saying this. Not even where I'm going. The coordinators have a tough job. Someone's going to be the scapegoat if they don't win the Super Bowl this year. How about this? Think about what you're talking about here. Let's say A.J. Brown gets 1,900 yards. Jalen Hurts throws for 4,400 yards. Let's say Jalen wins the MVP and you don't win the Super Bowl. Is someone getting fired? How about this? Like I said, What if AJ went, he's trending this way, so why not think it? What if he goes for 1,900 yards, 15 touchdowns, has 100 catches, first receiver in Eagle history to have 100 catches? Okay? Jalen throws for 4,500 yards, breaks the single season record set by Wentz. Say he throws for 35 touchdowns, ties the record, and you don't win a Super Bowl. Someone getting fired? It's why the star is envious. It's what I'm getting at. The star is not envious of you, Ryan. They're oblivious to you. They think you're not relevant when you are relevant. There's where I will agree with you. Okay? The Cowboys are delusional. The Eagles at the NovaCare Center are not delusional. They don't look at the Eagles as a contemporary. They look at the Eagles as a means to an end. Like I tell you what, like what Tom was saying, I had to look up the TV numbers. Very compatible. Dallas thinks that 27 million was Dallas, not you. I think you're just there for the ride with them. That's what Jerry thinks. Okay? I mean, these coordinators have had such a tough time. I think this bye week is going to really help them also, because they got to get in the laboratory here, and they got to figure some things out. And you know what that is? Slowing down the passing attacks against them, figuring out and settling down on personnel decisions. Don't put Sidney Brown out there. Okay, just do not. Do not put Nakobe Dean out there unless you're blitzing him. You want to blitz Nakobe? I'm okay with that. I'm okay bringing him on blitzes. Settle down with the linebackers. Communication, cohesiveness. Play war games during this off week. The coaches, in my opinion, have to be in the library. If I'm Brian Johnson, I've got to add some wrinkles to the second half. Nothing stupid, but something that gets others open, especially now since you have one less weapon. What do I do with Swift? Hey, does Julio Jones have anything left? Or was that just an anomaly? Him catching that touchdown. Dude, if you look over the last 4 years, the guy hasn't been relevant since 17. People think he's just going to get plugged in and look like Julio Jones 2015. He ain't that guy. He's not that guy. So you got to figure out a way to get him to somewhat look like that guy. Okay? Peter goes, Brian Johnson is vanilla. I'm okay with vanilla. I like vanilla, but put some sprinkles on it. You know, drop some sprinkles on it, man. Fancy it up a little bit. Maybe some more formations. I'm not talking about confusing people, but I'm talking about not giving you the same look each week, especially as you go into the second half and into this next 5-6 game run. Do you have to improve the run game? You know what? The run game can be improved as long as the passing game starts to pick up too. You know, if you go to a short pass game, Tom Brady made a 7 Super Bowl career out of checkdowns. You know, there's nothing wrong with 2 plays and 3 plays in the NFL that people, they somehow just freak out on. Punting, throwaways, and checkdowns. Tom Brady made a career out of those plays. How many Super Bowls did Tom Brady win kicking field goals early in his career? 3? There's nothing wrong with that. I think that no risk it, no biscuit mentality is a poor one. Okay? You're not going to win with plus 25 plays. You're going to win with moving the sticks and winning first and second down. Again, you're right. I'm awake. 8-1. You better win it, dude. You were 8-1 a year ago. You better win it. There is no question. 22 or 26, you better win it. So what you guys are all saying, every time that you put that up there, I want Lombardi. Happy my team's not a shit show. Completely, Ryan. You keep putting those records up. Because if you don't win, I'm going to choke you out. Because personally, you know what I think of your coaches. You got coaches in here who, in my opinion, are being asked also. You know what? It doesn't shock me now that I think about it, that Desai and Johnson, not so much Brian Johnson. You asked Kobe Dean to do you asked him to do a job that completely was unattainable. And now you're asking Sean Desai to come in here and run somebody else's defense. But that's an organizational decision. And you got such good players that they're winning. And hey, and for the record, the reason you're winning is because these guys, their attitudes, their desire to win, their unfinished business, all of that. That's right, Wheels. It's Super Bowl. Hey, can I tell you this? I wouldn't give too much about really high expectations. If you were 9-8 and you won the Super Bowl, we'd all be going, let's just do this. How many times do you guys come in here and tell me on a daily basis, still 17, kind of popped up on us? How many days do you think after the Super Bowl were you still doing this? I can't believe we won. You're not saying that now. You're saying we better win, right? Aren't you saying that now? How many days after that Super Bowl did you do this? Dad, I can't believe we won. How many days? 3? A month? How long did that go on? I can't believe we won. How many days did you have that conversation at dinner where you put your fork down and maybe it was a month after the Super Bowl and you went, I can't believe it. Tone goes, I still say that to this day. You ain't saying that now. Now you know what you're saying now? You better win. Look at the difference in mentality. Okay? You know what it tasted like to win it and what you felt like. Now you see you have a team that you feel is better than the 17 team. You felt that way the last 2 years. I've never seen a fan base have more anxiety attacks in my life than the Philadelphia Eagle fan base. Get this. I'm not sure I could watch a game with you guys. You guys must be miserable to watch games. I mean, do you enjoy watching the Eagles play on Sundays or do you not? Do you guys enjoy watching your team play? Or is it really just completely agita? You guys get agita and like upset stomachs and shit like that because it surely doesn't seem that you enjoy. I don't know, man. Do you enjoy? Hey, like, can your wife and family and kids be in the same room with you when you're watching games? My best moments is when the game is over. I wonder how many TVs Tone's thrown shit through or thrown radios or what have you. Hey, get this. How come when I think of Philadelphia Eagle fans, hey, how come when I think of you guys, I think of this. You see how we won by 3 points? What the hell's going on with that offense? Holy shit. And they're going, wait till I hear Sileo. I know exactly what he's going to say because he's going to hammer us. We're 8-1. I'm just like Angelo yesterday. Hey, I must be the biggest jackass on the planet. I get it. Right? I'm totally with him on this. I don't know what it is. It's got to be a New England thing. It's got to be an East Coast thing. Because you know what? You know what you're making me? You guys are making me. When I watch Eagle games, I'm like this. Holy shit. 3rd and 3. Why are you chucking it down the field? Stunad. Why are you doing that? Hurts is a calming force. Major trust in him. Yes. Yes. Angelo was right. Our secondary. Hey, look at this. See, look what he. Hey, okay. Our secondary sucks. Well, at this point a year ago, combined, you're 16-2. How you feeling? Wait a minute. Last year at this time, combined, you're 16-2. There's something wrong with this team. I don't know what it is. And I'm going like this. I get ripped so I can relax. Bear. Oh, my God, Madon. Oh, man. I love it. All right, we're going to do something different today. You know what we're going to do? We are going to start looking, and this is the time of the year you can start doing this, especially when you get the bye. We're going to look at a little work for Howie here. I want you to tell me the positions. If Garoppolo was my quarterback, I'd have ulcers. Probably so. I want you to give me the positions that you think he has to replace this coming offseason. I have prospects for the NFL draft and also free agents for 2024. I got these from a friend of mine in the NFL that also works in Bledsoe. So what we're going to do here, we're going to look at areas of the football team that need an upgrade. And continuing, because you know this. You know what Howie's doing on a daily basis in the off week? This is a time he gets to catch up on college personnel and potential free agents in 24. This is where the scouting department brings him the potentials for April. Every team goes through it. Players go away. And what they start doing is they start looking at the top 50 prospects for 24. Okay? You'll meet in the morning on what's going on with what we're doing now. And then in the afternoon session, Howie will come back with his pro and college personnel guys, and they'll start putting a list together. 2 boards. Potential 24 free agents, top 50 college football. Sometimes some teams go 75. Okay? All right? Thank you, Ryan. Means a lot to me. What running back? I got about 30 people too here. Running back? No, they don't need another DT. No, because I'm okay if Fletcher wants to come back. If Fletcher wants to come back, I'm okay with having him come back. Corners, LB. By the way, I have grades on these guys too. Edge. Tight end. Okay. I happen to agree with that. Personally, for me, I'm going to rank them this way. You need corners desperately. I think you need another safety. I think you need another edge. I think you need a linebacker. And I think you need a tight end and more depth in the O-line. So here are my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Corner 1, safety 2, edge 3, linebacker 4, tight end 5, OL 6. Let's take a look at that. I wrote some of these guys down here, and I also contacted Kevin Colbert, who's now a consultant for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he gave me some guidance on this, on some of the top prospects. Free, and by the way, free agency too. We got grades from some of the people he knows. Kevin Colbert was the general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers for over 20 years. A couple Super Bowls, dear friend of mine. Met him when he was in Detroit. And also I talked with some people in Carolina, and we talked to some people in Jacksonville. So we came up with these names here for Howie to take a look at as we're now in the bye, as some of the players potentially that you could look at. in the college draft, and then in free agency that will be potential 24 free agents, okay? I think the top corners with the 9th ranking, Kool-Aid McKinstry from Bama will be a guy. I love the kid. Pretty big kid. I think he's a really good-looking prospect, probably not in your range on where you're going to finish. Remember, you're going to be at the bottom of the draft. Unless he moves up, a guy like Kool-Aid is not going to be there for you at corner unless you move up. Now, you're going to have autonomy with all your draft picks to be able to move up, potentially get a guy like Kool-Aid. I think he's the best corner in the draft. Cooper Dijon from Iowa. I'm not a Big Ten guy in corners. Name me a quarterback in the Big Ten that you look at and you go like this. Does the Big Ten produce quarterbacks? Name me a quarterback currently in the NFL that you think is a superstar quarterback that came out of the Big Ten. C.J. Stroud. Who else? Who else? Name. Okay, Stroud. Who else? In the last 5 years, name me a quarterback out of the Big Ten that challenges corners. I said 5 years, dude. Name me another quarterback that challenges cornerbacks in that conference. Name me a quarterback who's a big-time starter in the NFL out of the Big Ten. Name me one. Okay? I did. No. Doc, I didn't shit on Stroud. I shit on the fact that Ohio State's never produced one. You can't. So when I hear somebody talking to me, and I hear somebody talking to me about cornerbacks in the Big Ten, I kind of struggle with that. Can you name me a corner in the Big Ten right now playing in the NFL that makes you feel, wow, he's really great? Can you? I think it matters who you're playing against. Don't be shitting on the Big Ten. Name me a quarterback outside of Stroud that starts in the NFL that you go, wow, he's great. Name me one. Name me a corner in the NFL who you think was a superstar corner in the NFL right now. Okay, that's my point. Lattimore, okay, so you got a corner and you got one quarterback. That's not a really high average, okay? Witherspoon's doing a good job. He's a rookie. Really nice. You got two. So I have to see more. He's 6 feet, 207. I don't know. I'd have to see more game tape on him. Tyler Nubin, Minnesota, another guy. I don't know. I like the kid from Penn State. A little short, though, 5'11". The kid Lassiter from Georgia. I love that. Now, again, you start putting too many Georgia guys on the team, right? Some of the edge rushers in college. JT Tuamula, Ohio State, 6'4", 270. He's got a pretty good rating on him. He's in the 30s. That's somebody you look at. The kid Sanders from Texas, tight end, 38 rating. Probably a little too high for Howie. Howie's probably going to want to go in the 4th or 5th or 6th round. Somebody like that. Hey, guys, give it a break. You got one quarterback out of the Big Ten in the last 5 years that's worth a shit. You can play cornerback all you want in that conference and no one challenges you. End of story. There's no quarterbacks in the Big Ten. Can you name me one guy out of Michigan outside of Brady that has ever been a star in the NFL? Outside of Stroud, can you ever name me a quarterback at Ohio State? No. The two biggest programs in Big Ten history have been horseshit at the quarterback position. End of story. There's no debate. Chuck Fusina. Kirk Cousins. Okay. You got me, Kirk Cousins. I actually said last 5 years, but hey, keep reaching, guys. Joe Burrow. Keep reaching. Keep reaching. That's like drafting Carson Wentz out of North Dakota State. Or Trey Lance. They don't play against anybody. You better put up big numbers. Those guys were so athletic and so not for those programs, they dominated. When they got into the NFL, one guy was good for a bit. The other guy never. Jason, once again, English is something that is a priority here. 5 years. TJ Tampa, Iowa State, cornerback, probably in your range. Keep an eye on. I love this kid, Jonah Ellis. I hope that, you know who he reminds me of? Hassan Reddick. This is Luther Ellis's kid. And I talked to Ty Willingham about him. And I tell you, man, 6'2", 246. He's 42. Here's a guy right here I think could be better than Nolan Smith. He's a true edge rusher. This kid can play. I might vote for him for All-American. I actually like him. He's a good-looking player. Like I said, he's Luther Ellis's kid. I think Luther also played at Utah, played in the NFL for a bunch of years, was a defensive tackle. 5 years. And Russell Wilson is not a Big Ten guy. He finished his career there. He played 4 years at NC State. My God, 5 years. Let's see. Edgerrin Cooper. I love. Hey, you want to hear something? Jeremiah Trotter's not rated high. He's got a 75 number on him. Rumor swirling of Bill Belly getting fired Tuesday. JPP wants a practice squad contract with contender thoughts. I don't know. You're not on a football team now. I don't know. Does he really have anything left? And does that something that the Eagles would want to put on their team? Is Jason Pierre-Paul? You know, I always thought Jason Pierre-Paul was a good player. I covered him at USF. I never thought he was super sensational, though. Okay? Whatever what, dude. Big Ten sucks at quarterback. Face it. Deal with it. Whatever. Jeremiah Trotter does not have a high grade. He's not had a good year. That could be a benefit to the Eagles. The Clemson team has not had a good year. They're 5-4. And he has not looked good this year. The defense has been run on. And when you look at his metrics, he's 6 feet. He's 225. Now, is that somebody that could play in that system? To me, you put him at Will, you put him at Sam. That's a bet. Hey, if Jeremiah Trotter's in the second or third round, I'm taking him. Okay? I'm taking him. Because put him on that team. Let's see what he can do. Last year, he was a highly rated kid. This year, he's not. Even Pro Football Focus doesn't have a good rate on him. Because this year, he has had a poor season. The entire Clemson defense has been destroyed this year many times. Shit, man. I think they lost to Duke. Now I'm going to look at some of the guys that are in the pro side. Hey, don't fall in love with the guy's named Trotter just because it's Jeremiah Trotter's kid. What's that got to do with drafting a guy? Once again, you fall in love with a name like you do with every single guy on your football team right now. You're going to get in trouble. Howie doesn't fall in love with him. Why do you? What's that got to do with anything when it comes to winning? Has nothing to do with winning. Okay? Nothing. All right. Free agency. And I went with the positions that the Eagles don't want to spend a ton of money on. Okay? And I looked at some of these guys. Derrick Henry's going to be a free agent. However, he's going to be 30. Does that help you? Would you make a run at Derrick Henry this offseason if you're Howie Roseman? Knowing what you're looking at now with your run game. At 30. Can I tell you what you get here? Maybe get him cheaper. Because he's not going to command top dollar number in the offseason. Do you give him $7.5? Would you give Derrick Henry $7.5 million to come play in Philly? Behind that old line. You're not signing Swift. Oh, you may now because, I don't know, maybe, depending on what he gets at the end of the year, what his numbers are. That'll be a pretty tough sign. He's a free agent too. Okay? Jacobs will be a free agent, but I don't know. I think he's younger, and you're going to have to spend top dollar for him. So I don't think Howie would go down that route. How about Xavier McKinney, Giants safety? He's 24. He's going to be a free agent. And I don't know if the Giants are going to redo his deal. Again, a lot of this stuff is pending also. Bobby Wagner to help shore up that linebacking core. I thought he signed a 2-year deal. Okay? King goes like this. The Eagles don't pay running backs. Isn't it funny? The positions on your football team that have underachieved this year have been red zone backs, linebackers, and safeties. Isn't it crazy? The places they don't spend the money, the places you've been hurt the most this year in games. I don't think there's a coincidence to that. Follow the money. Your edge rushers are good. Your tackles are good because you spend all the equity there. But the places that you have not spent money on have affected you. Running back. You haven't replaced Miles Sanders. You have not. 11 touchdowns, 1,300 yards. I don't see that coming up so far. I don't. As much as I like Swift, he's not replaced that number. You haven't replaced Sayamalo. You can't pay everybody in the O-line. I get it. But you haven't. I mean, you guys are talking to me about Juergens coming back and helping the run game. Well, that means that no one at the right guard position, and it's been a factor, right? And is Jalen Hurts still the leading touchdown getter for the Eagles running the ball for touchdowns? I think he's got 7, right? If you put all the running backs together, does it come up to 7? So your quarterback is your leading rusher in the red zone on touchdowns, right? You think that's a good thing? I thought you were trying to help him. I thought you were trying to protect him. He's got 7 touchdowns. Okay, this is also about preservation and preserving the kid. Hey, Jalen's got 33 touchdowns in his career. He's got something, whatever it is, passing the ball, 250-something, I think it is like. And like, you want him to be Cam Newton? Okay. Devin White might be a little too expensive for you. He's going to be a free agent. I love this kid. Antonio Winfield, according to Bruce Arians, they're not going to redo his deal. How about Austin Eckler? Think about this, for instance. If you guys don't bring back Swift, Eckler's going to be a free agent with the Chargers. Would you think of bringing him in? Boy, I think that'd be a nice fit. I love Austin Eckler. Austin Eckler would be somebody that Howie, I think, would like. Doesn't he make only like $3.5 million or something like that too? Isn't that right up the ballpark for the Eagles at Austin Eckler? Isn't he like around $3 million? Billy, that's pretty good too, because he does have some injury on him. Okay. Yeah, but running backs aren't going to get paid. I'll say this about White. If you're talking about him, he is going to want to get paid. And he's going to want to be in that Roquan Smith money. Jordan Brooks, Seahawks linebacker. The kid's good. A kid is good, man. And he has been a really big time, really pleasant surprise this year. But he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year here. Okay? He's going to be a free agent at the end of the season here. Kenny Moore, Colts, another guy to look at. And now again, unless they redo these contracts, cornerback. These are all areas that I think Howie's going to look at. By the way, man, that guy Xavier McKinney for the Giants, if they don't redo him and he's a safety and he's 24, I might want to knock on that door. Ronald Darby, Ravens, having a great year. They'll probably redo him. Wait till I get to the last guy here. How about Micah Hyde, Bills? Sean McDermott's system would kind of like fit in pretty good in Philly, knowing the kind of way they play defense up there. It would be something that he would kind of maybe be able to slide right in and play in Philly. I like him. I think he's a damn good football player. How about this one? I don't believe that they're going to sign this guy. How about Curse with the Cowboys? You weaken an opponent. He's a safety. I thought he was awful good on Sunday. How about Curse? So wait, think about now, before you say they're going to sign him, really? They got Dak to sign. They got to deal with Lamb. They got to deal with Parsons. They got to deal with that right tackle. Okay? You really think they're going? Where's the money? Where's the money? Don't you understand when you got a guy like Curse, you weaken your opponent even more? Holy cow. Because he's a Cowboy? That's like saying that you would never have wanted Emmitt Smith on your team because he was a Cowboy. How dumb is that? You weaken the Cowboys and you make your team better by adding Emmitt. No, he's a Cowboy. I can't have him. It can't be dumber. Okay? It can't be dumber. Curse is pretty good. Better than anything we got currently. Absolutely. That's the point of this. I'm not talking about bringing a guy in that stinks. How sick would the Star if Mike comes to Philly? Mike ain't coming to Philly. Jerry's going to do whatever it can. He's going to back the Brinks truck up to that guy and give him whatever that guy needs. Micah doesn't even want to be in Dallas. Why would he not want to be in Dallas? That's like saying you don't want to play center field for the Yankees. Okay? What guy outside of Jalen Hurts has a national commercial on the Eagles? Can you tell me? I think I've seen AJ somewhere. Have I not seen AJ somewhere? I thought I saw AJ Brown on a commercial somewhere, maybe. Maybe I know that the Heisman House on College Saturdays, I see Devontae because they do that Heisman with Dr. Pepper. But I really don't see anybody. I see a ton of Cowboy guys. Okay? Kelsey Kelsey brothers, right? Okay. Got to take a time out. By the way, yeah, because I think Kelsey, Fletch, and Mulata have a National Tides laundry commercial. Love it. Cowboy guys, ton of those guys have. You're in Dallas. It's like playing with the Yankees. And by the way, that's the way the national media wants it. Hey, guys, do me a favor. Don't forget our great contest we have right now with Hooters. Tone's going to throw a code word out throughout the entire 4 hours of the show. You give us your information and emails, dansileoshow@gmail.com. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much for what you guys have done with that. You send it to us, you get an opportunity potentially to win some merchandise and also some gift certificates. Hooters winners last week were Kenneth and also Carlos. Congratulations to you guys. And we'll name the winners on a football money. And November is Happy Wingsgiving from Hooters. And all the iconic Hooter girls want to thank you, along with everyone there from Rhode Island all the way down through King of Prussia, New Jersey. They want to thank you guys for so much love by going into the places. They want to have a special each and every single day for you. Ice Cold Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents goes to local charities. The Hooter calendars 2024 is out. All you have to do is pick these things up. You can go online at northeasthooters.com to get one of these calendars. There's $100 worth of coupons that are inside the calendar as well. The lunch specials, fantastic, 11:30 to 3, boneless wings. Military Mondays, 20% off. Wing Wednesdays, 1983, the year the place was found, and kids eat for free on Saturdays. Northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. When you roll into any one of the places, please tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Sills, we're going to look at best duos. We're going to look at also, I like to compare my quarterback list to some of the national guys. We're going to do that also. We're going to look at the Chiefs. Bill Moss is going to join us, former Defensive Rookie of the Year and All-Pro will join us at 5:30. Tone's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. How many people think that James Bradberry is having a Super Bowl hangover? Didn't he take ownership for the loss in Arizona? He hasn't played well since the Super Bowl. He didn't play well in that game, and it's carried over. I mean, he's played poorly for 10 games. It's 10 games. Could it possibly be that the Super Bowl was a precursor to what we were going to see? You think he's got a Super Bowl hangover? You think teams exposed him in that game? Sure seems it. Go back and watch the Super Bowl and look how he's playing now. It looks the same. I mean, every game he's played in this year, he looks like the game against the Chiefs. Did Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes expose James Bradberry? 11 goes, what's the hangover? Not adjusting. That's a hangover, guy. Use your brains. I say they expose his ass. Shit, when Sam Howell can light you up and Mac Jones can light you up, somebody figured something out on the Rubik's Cube on you. Have they not? I mean, it's 10 games, kid. Mac Jones lit him up. Cousins crushed him. Dak ate him up. Mahomes killed him in the fourth. Mahomes had that guy. Can I tell you what he can't do that Mahomes exposed him on? If you go back and then you look at what he's doing now, that guy cannot handle crossing routes. You want to confuse James Bradberry and turn him around? Run a crossing route in front of him. He's terrible at it. I figured it out. Those guys know how to play on him now. He hasn't adjusted. You know why? Exactly what the Giants knew about him. He's not a press cover guy. He's a one-dimensional football player. And Eagles know that. This is why your pass defense is not going to get better, because you don't have skill set guys to fix that. You want to hear something that's crazy that I'm going to say? Slay is actually not the real culprit here. I think Slay's age and the lack of speed is catching up with him. I don't really think his ability is really that bad. I don't. I actually, you want to hear it? I think Slay's outplayed him. You can get exposed. People are going to attack your skill set. What do you do best? They figured it out. Andy Reid showed you how to beat that guy. And for 10 games, it's been on display. Am I wrong? He can't play press. He's actually worse at it than Darius Slay. I'm not even talking about the shape that your safeties are in. I'm talking about your two corners that you spend $30 million on. You understand that? You spend $30 million on them two guys, roughly. Around 30. It's premium positions for Howie. And one of the investments that you made financially has shit the bed this year. It's been a total disaster. Can he get better? The only way that James Bradberry gets better this year is if they pick up their sack total. That is it. Okay? Dells goes like this, CeeDee Lamb is no slouch. What about the other guys that threw on him? That tight end from Washington I've never heard of. Dude, this has been a 10-game thing. This wasn't a Cowboy thing. This guy's making, some people go like this, well, CeeDee's a good player. Is he? You think CeeDee Lamb's better than Devontae Smith? I don't think. How about this? I don't think he's better than the guy in Washington. CeeDee Lamb is probably the third best wide receiver in the NFC East. He's not better than Terry McLaurin. No way. You can have him. Hey, just because that guy wears a star, don't make him better than the guy in Washington. The guy in Washington's a big-time ball player. He's a big physical guy. I love him. I mean, some dude Tolbert beat James Bradbury. Guy you're paying $15 million to. No wonder Dak went to him. Dak went to Tolbert because they went to Bradbury. Unbelievable. Could it be that Kansas City Chiefs showed you how to beat them? Then what else is it? If it's not what I'm saying, why is Bradbury so pathetic this year? He looks like the reason the Giants got rid of him. I'm not even sure I'd get rid of Slay. Dude, you need corners. If you're going to spend $30 million on cornerbacks on your team, you need better results. Here, get this. I hear people saying this. Well, they're not scoring a lot of points. You're missing it. You're spending a ton of money, though. And you have less room for error this year than you did a year ago. The funny thing is when they put him on Tyreek Hill, I thought he took ACL when Tyreek Hill did his double move on Bradbury. Death row. You spend a ton of – remember, when you're talking about football players and you're spending a shitload of money or you spend a lot of equity in a draft pick and you're not getting value out of it. That's why when I asked the question to you guys on this, are you targeting AJ too much? You know what everybody has said? No. Pay him $25 million. And if the other guys have to suffer for it and he's having an epic year, you mean to tell me I got to take swings away from him to suffice other guys? Like you see with that George Pickens in Pittsburgh. They win a football game. Pickens is on the sidelines moaning and crying. You know what Tomlin said? It's like a pebble in my shoe. Like a pebble in my shoe. That's a good point. I didn't think about the money. Tone, that is always a part of it. Am I getting value? Because here's the deal. Tone, think of this. And everyone, if you're not getting $15 million worth of value, I'm going to grade down to a guy that kind of resembles that guy to give me the same production with half the price. So I can apply that money to keeping Sayamalo or getting another linebacker or two linebackers because money is part of roster building. That's why Howie, is great. Jerry is not. Is because he has a balanced roster financially. His roster, Howie can move money around when you're here's a great example. I've told you this, guys. Jalen Carter is the biggest upgrade on the defense of any position on the field. You got a 10-year rookie on a rookie contract making $14 million less. Or like $16 million less than Javon Hargrave. And you're the number one rush defense. That is a grand slam. All the dots, cheaper, more talented, higher ceiling, has a chance to play a decade. That's a box checker across the board. And when you're building a roster in today's NFL because of cap, you have to check all those boxes. You're so right. I'm normally on top of the business side. I overlooked it when it came to the corners. I just met Tone. It's not so much. Get this. Are they not giving up a ton of points? Correct. But are you getting value out of that position? Because the games, you're 8-1. Absolutely great. But you're 8-1. Can I tell you the difference this year between the Philadelphia Eagles 2023 and 2022? You have less margin of error this year for mistakes compared to what you did a year ago. You have less margin for error. And when you have guys that are giving up 500 yards or 400 yards in passing and 770 yards in the last 2 weeks, there's going to be a game like the Jets later in the year or in the playoffs that could bite you and stop what you're doing because you're not getting the economics out of that position. The economics, you got $28 million in those corners right now. You got $28 million. Are you getting value for him, you think? Last year, the Eagles got Max. Get this. Think about this. Tone, the money, everyone, think about this. Did you get max money out of Kaiser White? Well, the recent contract in Arizona proves that. In my opinion, still Dallas has less holes to fill than us. Dallas needs a wide receiver one, red zone back, and we need a red zone back and linebackers and secondary. Yeah, but you're so dominant on offense and in your front four that you're better than the Cowboys, in my opinion, on offense and front four. So the back end is kind of being held together because of the front seven. And what's really made your defense able to win games, it's been the stabilization of your linebackers. That's why when I blow a gasket when I see Dean go in there, because you're ruining continuity and you're ruining communication. And you got guys running into one another. That's going to cost you. Dude, being 8-1, you're halfway to the parade. That's all you are. You're halfway to the parade. You know what's funny? You got all the way to the front gates of the parade and you didn't get in last year. Okay? Think about this here. Sklansky says, I get that, but 15 different combos on the DB means you don't have the communication that is needed. Once Roby comes back, who's Roby? Is he really good enough to solidify your secondary? Jesus. Swanksky, really? He's going to solidify your secondary. I don't believe that. Here, look, Kaiser White, value, 1.4. TJ Edwards, 1.5, value. Every one of those guys. Isn't it any coincidence last year players, every one of them who became free agents or re-signed got raises? What does that mean? They were playing undervalued last year and they got max value this year. CJ Gardner-Johnson was making $800,000. He makes $6 million. Kaiser makes $7 million. Edwards makes $7 million. Andre Dillard got a raise. And he lost his job in Tennessee. And this year, Hassan Reddick, it was total injury. You got value out of him still. $15 million, completely underpaid. Your corners, overpaid. Your linebackers, underpaid. Your two DTs, perfectly paid. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Maddox. A huge loss. Huge loss. Hey, get this. DeAndre Swift. He hasn't lived up to his money. Hurts is still the leading rusher in touchdowns. Last year, the guy in Carolina had 11. And was making what, $1.4 million? Now, you're not paying the guy what he's making, $7 million in Carolina, but here's the part of it. You're not getting economic value. Howie could have took that money from the cornerback position. You know what? Getting a guy like Kevin Byard in there, okay? He's a cheap man's version of Buda Baker. And when you don't get the value of what Kevin Byard's not living up to his money right now either. Now, you give him a little more time. You do. I think it's a lot to ask. Okay, you give him a little more time. Here, watch this. Your entire secondary is not living up to their money. You can't blame Sidney Brown. He's a rookie. He's a third-round pick. I think that's a perfect spot for him. I think he's going to be a good ball player. You lose Maddox. Your entire secondary is overvalued. The only thing saving you is the fact that your linebackers stabilized, the front four, and I think a little bit of Sean Desai. And I think the fact that those two D tackles in the middle there, that's why Jalen Carter's the MVP. You take Jalen Carter off that defense is in serious trouble. Okay? Serious trouble. You can lose a couple dudes on offense. A Devontae, maybe AJ for 2 weeks. We're going to find out here with Goddard gone how that affects, because last year it did affect and wobble the offense a bit. We'll see, because I think it's going to hurt the run game more than the pass game, which is already limping along here. By the way, you think you're getting the value out of Goddard? $15 million a year, missing 21 ball games? I don't know. Think about that. Is Dallas Goedert great? Do we love him? All of those boxes, yes. Am I getting a $15 million value out of a guy who's missed 21 ball games and almost 25% of his career? Byard is on his second bye week of the season. I'm giving him time. But when you talk about football teams, this is what maybe I don't express it enough, that when I look at something and I look at 8-1 and I look at teams and I look at how the NFL is built, because money has to, there's a reason there's a salary cap, guys. There's a reason why Howie Roseman is the executive of the year. It's not just draft picks. Howie Roseman is executive of the year. Why? Free agency, balancing a cap, cutting great deals, putting contracts together like Jalen Hurts. How many people in here revere Howie Roseman's drafts? Kind of. How many people in here revere the deals he makes and the deals he finds and how he manages the cap and get value out of every position? That's how you build a football team. Let's bring my friend Tone in for the segment. And again, I hope people understand that, Tone. It's not just about guys playing a position. It's that when you're overpaying someone and you're not getting value out of that position, and you see other positions on the team that could have been addressed with some of the money, like the Slay money, for instance, paying him $13 million, you could have got a rookie corner like they did in Kansas City last year and put a rookie corner there, put him on a rookie contract, taking that $14 million and spread it around on two linebackers. That's why sometimes I try to explain to people, if you're going to talk about building a roster, money has to be the second most important thing to talent and how you keep a cap.
Absolutely. The bottom line is, it's called the sports industry for a reason. And trust me, industry always comes before sports. So if the money don't make sense, best believe these organizations are going to do everything possible to make sure it does make sense. And Howie Roseman is the king of making the dollars make sense. It's so funny, since we're talking about the DBs, right, and positional spending, let me break something down for you real quick in terms of the Philadelphia Eagles positional spending for the 2023 season. So we're going to rank them, from most expensive to least expensive in terms of the percentage of the cap. For the Philadelphia Eagles in 2023, Their offensive line accounts for 17.9% of their cap space. That's ranked 10th in the NFL. Their defensive line makes up 15.6% of their total cap. That's ranked 11th in the NFL.
So let me get this right. You got almost. So what was the percentage again for both lines?
So offensive line, let's just round it up to 18%. So
okay,
so offensive line, 18% of your cap.
What's the D line?
And D line is just over 15%.
So you're almost at basically 35% of your cap in your lines, which is outstanding.
Yep, I'm about to take it to another level though, and this is gonna prove your point about the secondary and actually getting value out of it. The Eagles secondary is the third most expensive position group on the team. The secondary, and that includes corner, slot, safety, all those guys. All their contracts combined make up 12.5% of the cap, which is ranked 18th in the NFL. So when you consider it against, or when you compare it against the rest of the NFL, the Eagles are making it all right at that position, from fiscally. But still, when you factor in the age of the guys and how much money you give them up front, as of right now, this season, the Eagles are spending $29.3 million on 14 corners, and 14 corners and safety.
How much money?
A grand total of $29.3 million between 14 players.
Okay, well, 13 is with 13 and 13, so 26 million are with two guys.
Correct, and I can actually get you more detail on that. When it comes to the two guys you're talking about, Darius Slay. Okay, so Darius Slay's contract for this season accounts for $11.8 million against the cap. That's 5% of the team's total cap. And James Bradbury has $3 million accounting against the Eagles cap space this season, which is only $1.3 million. So between Darius Slay and James Bradbury this season, there is a total of $14.8 million counting against the cap this season.
How much in salary between both guys? Because there's a 218 salary cap too. So between those two guys, how much money are they making combined as a base salary, as a collective, what they'll make in 2023?
Okay, so let me pull it up for you right now. I have it right here. So Darius Slay for the season, he's due to make $11.35 million. So $11.3 million.
Okay.
He's due to make that this season. And James Bradbury, he's due to make $9.3 million this year.
So you got $20 million lined up in those two corners.
Yes.
Are you
correct.
getting value out of that?
As of right now, if you ask me, definitely not from James Bradbury. In terms of Darius Slay,
yeah,
I think
I'm not horrible on that.
I'm not mad about that number, but Bradbury, he's playing like a rookie out there, if I'm being honest. And you brought up a good point about is he having a Super Bowl hangover? I can't say that he's not.
And what I meant by that, people go like this: do you think he's sitting around moping about? No, I'm talking about how Reed ran crossing routes on him, and other teams saw that on how to attack him. And I don't know, Tone, but since the Super Bowl in Arizona, I've watched that guy play almost the same exact type of ball game. And when they run crossing routes on him, he seemingly struggles. And they were doing that in New England, and Washington did that to him. Shit, the Jets even did that to him a little bit. And I'm going like this. Holy cow, man. These two guys are not press corner guys. Slay, if you really look at it and go back and analyze him, you're not mad at him.
Right.
I'm get this. I thought it was more him, but it's not.
Yeah. On the season right now, I mean, Darius Slay's not having the greatest season by any stretch, but right now, according to PFF, he has an average overall grade of 65.5. So that's definitely below his standard. But
it's middle of the league.
It's like middle of the league. It's just above middle of the league. It's just above average, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Now, James Bradbury on the other hand, that's where things get a little tricky because James Bradbury has been a liability out there, if you ask me. James Bradbury, his overall grade amongst corners is a 58. So he hasn't really been good at all. That's just a sad reality.
And that's a guy you tried building, and that's a guy you want to go forward with, trying to build your secondary around.
That was the plan. The plan was to eventually. I think Howie's plan was to bring Bradbury and Slay back together for one more year. Let Slay walk, keep Bradbury for an additional season, and then let Bradbury walk at the end of the 2024 season. That's what I thought was going to happen. I thought he was going to try to stagger those guys and then try to replace them one by one. But it's looking like it's going to be the opposite. It's looking like Slay's going to probably be the one here for an additional year, and Bradbury, they're going to find a way out of that Bradbury contract. But that's just how it looks now. That's how it looks now.
I completely agree. I brought another topic up in the first hour. Are both coordinators' jobs safe?
No, not at all. Not at all. And this isn't like a personal attack or anything. This is just the fact of the matter is, right, it's an evaluation. And I feel like as Eagles fans, we should always be evaluating this team because we spend hard-earned money going to the games. We spend hard-earned money on parking. We spend hard-earned money on concessions. We spend hard-earned money on gear. And I think fans need to really sit back and really think about that kind of investment that they put into their own franchises, right? So often we think about the money the teams are spending on players. How much are you spending to watch these guys? You dig what I'm saying? How much are you spending to watch mediocre football or watch great football? You dig me? So as much as we love our fan base, we got to always think about what we're putting into it as well. You talked about it earlier. Do we really enjoy games? Like are we having heart attacks when we watch? You know what I mean? The bottom line is, we as fans, we may not be out there sacrificing our bodies. And, the fact that these guys are out there playing, their tails off, I respect that to the highest degree. But, that's their life, not mine. My life is a fan. My life is a spectator. And as a spectator, I think it's important for us to understand.
Your life is also as a taxpayer if you live in Philly. Because you know why? When they want to have retrofitting or they want to do uptake and upkeep in that stadium, and that city and those people want to go like this, I need $300 million on retrofitting Lincoln Financial. You guys open up your checkbooks and write it. So you are a vested stockholder, so to speak, in that company.
Absolutely. So, I want fans to kind of look at it more like that and, just understand, what really goes into it. But shoot, what was your original question, Sales? My bad.
No, I'm talking about, like, when you look at the how you look at these coordinators.
Right. Are
these coordinators' jobs safe?
No, they're not safe. And we should always be evaluating those guys. And so far, yesterday, me and Rob Ellis on Sports Day, we graded the coaches. And so far through 9 games, all things considered, if I'm not mistaken, I think I gave both of the coordinators like B- or something like that. Like borderline C+ B-, if I'm not mistaken. Because Sean Desai, actually, you know what? I know that I gave Sean Desai a B. I gave Sean Desai a B because of everything he had to battle on that side of the ball. Injuries, the scheme that he's been asked to run. On top of that, he's just been having to shuffle guys in left and right. Then as far as Brian Johnson goes, I think I gave him like a B- because he started off very, very, very slowly. Over the past few weeks, he's really elevated, in my opinion. He started to show more creativity in the red zone, and the red zone efficiency has significantly improved. I think the Eagles right now,
the Cowboys.
Yeah, he had a moment. He had a moment where he regressed a little bit. Otherwise, it probably would have been a solid B. But I give him a B- because the team is 8-1. Jalen Hurts seems like he's beginning to settle into this pure passer role. Over the past 3 games, I think he has 8 touchdowns, 1 interception, like 800+ yards, has like 125 or 130 passer rating. So I gave Brian Johnson a B-, again, simply because he started off very slowly. I had questions about his decision-making. That Cowboys fourth quarter kind of put a sour taste in my mouth a little bit. So I gave those guys like a B-, B respectively.
How about this?
Their jobs aren't safe, by the way. It's a lot of time left in this season for them to screw up. So their jobs are not safe at all.
Great, that's why. Here's something you got to always take into account with these new coordinators too this year compared to a year ago. Last year, or actually, if you want to go back to 2020, and you go or 2021 probably, when they came in, when Gannon and Steichen came in, they installed these systems. These were not Doug Peterson's systems.
Correct.
These were their systems. So, Tone, when I'm the architect of something and I build something, and then I'm asking another guy to go in and retrofit it in the same it's like asking Picasso, you to go in and paint the same Picasso painting, and you wanting that to look the same exact way. It's never going to look the same exact way. You're asked to come in and you're asked to coordinate Jonathan Gannon's defense. Sean Desai is being asked to run Gannon's defense, okay, with some twists on it, with lesser guys in the secondary and underachieving guys at the corners. Brian Johnson doesn't really have an excuse, okay, except for the fact that if their ideology is to get away from the one thing that they do the best, even Jalen Hurts' rushing touchdowns tells you they're still a great running team when they need to be in critical moments. You don't have a back in the backfield. But as a matter of fact, your so-called collection of backs combined don't have as many touchdowns as your starting quarterback. So that thing by committee has not worked when it comes to running the ball. It worked for 2 games. We're, 9 games into this now. It's got to be a tad bit more consistent. I think it's gone like this, Tone, the run game. And I think it's gone like this, and it's kind of leveled a tad bit at the 100-yard mark. And you're such at a position now this year. I said it a couple minutes ago. This year, the difference between this year's team and last year's team, you're 16-2 combined.
Yep.
Last year, you didn't have any issues where you were. This year, you have no room for you have no margin of error late in games. You make one critical poor throw, you put the ball on the ground, you do whatever. Your comeback capabilities are going to be limited because you know why? Every team you're playing is in those ball games. And when you get closer to the playoffs and into the playoffs, you're playing better coaches, better teams, hotter teams, turnover teams that get turnovers. The one thing the Cowboys do very well, that's turnovers. Okay. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how that game looks in Arlington, but that to me is the difference between 22 and 23. You just don't have you don't have the margin of error this year.
I would agree with that. I definitely would agree the margin of error has definitely shrunken in comparison to last year. I mean, last year they were getting out to early leads very quickly.
And teams had to catch up with them.
Exactly. I think they used to score the most points in like the first and like the second quarter or something like that. They just unload on teams in the second quarter.
Dunk teams.
But then the problem last year was they would allow teams to get back in it. You know what I mean? And that was kind of an issue. To this year, to me, it looks like the opposite, right? They're kind of starting off a tad, depending on the matchup, they start off a tad slower. And then the second half is kind of when they kind of unleash in that third quarter, fourth quarter. I definitely believe, where they are right now, it's going to be, especially in this bye week, they have some things to clean up, on both sides of the ball. Offensively, I think it's going to be important for Brian Johnson to really go back to the drawing board and really, really evaluate, okay, at what point did the success begin to come? When did things start to, become a little bit more seamless, right? What worked? What didn't work? What do I need to apply to my play calling that can, add some wrinkles to it? And because you have a really, really strenuous stretch coming up. Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Seahawks, Cowboys, the whole nine.
I think they got to up the pressure.
It's going to be really important. Then on the defensive side, you're absolutely right. I think if your front four isn't getting home, I think you need to send at least an extra guy to see what happens. At least one extra. I'm not saying send 7 guys.
Send Dean when he's healthy.
Exactly. Send an extra guy, send somebody. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even be opposed if you sent Sidney Brown on a safety blitz at some point. You know what I mean?
That'd be a great one.
So because he's fast, he comes around that corner quick, man, and whoever he touches, he's going to punish him. So I think he needs to. I think after this bye week, or through this bye week rather, I think Sean Desai, on the other hand, has to really look at his personnel and find out, and really ask himself, am I maximizing my personnel? Am I getting the most out of the guys that I have right now? I think too often they put Sidney Brown and Eli Ricks in some situations that they probably shouldn't have been in. But again, injuries happen, and and that's what happens when you got to put guys somewhere where they're really not comfortable. So I think Sean Desai and Brian Johnson definitely have their work cut off for them in this bye week. But again, it always comes back to this, like you always say, man, you're 8-1, and it's rather to be working on these things at 8-1 than working on them at 5-3 or 4-4.
Absolutely. Can you do me a favor, Tone? Can you pull up the Eagles schedule?
Yeah, sure thing. I got it right here.
Half here.
Yep, I got it right here.
Just give me the next 5 games, because I know the tail end, the last 2 kind of are shitty games.
Okay,
so the Giants down there somewhere.
Yeah. So the final 3 games are Giants, Cardinals, Giants. So those are
I don't care.
Right. So
Chiefs.
Yeah. So you got Chiefs. You got Chiefs on the road. Buffalo at home. 49ers at home.
Steph.
You got Dallas on the road in Jerry World. You got Seattle on the road. So I looked at the schedule, right? And me and Rob talked about this as well. If they can manage to go, but they're 8-1 right now. If they can manage to go in that 5-game stretch, if they can even manage to go 3-2, 3-2 is, in my opinion, the sweet spot. Because I think at minimum 13 is the magic number. 13 wins is the magic number right here. You go 3-2 in that stretch. Now, where are you? That puts you at 11-3. And those final 3 games are all but guaranteed to you. So you win those final 3 games, that's 14-3. But even if you drop another one, if you drop one of those games against those good teams, 13-4, I think that's still good enough to. I think 13-4 is still good enough to win the conference and the division.
If they go 4-1 in that stretch, Jalen Hurts wins the MVP.
That's a hell of a that. No one's talked about it from that perspective. If they go 4-1 in that stretch, can Jalen Hurts win the MVP? If he does that,
he's the MVP.
You got to give it to him.
He's the MVP.
Because everyone's, I'm glad you said that. Yes. And I'm so glad you said that, because all off season, even throughout the season, people have been talking up this stretch, talking up this schedule, saying they had the hardest schedule in the NFL. This next 5-game stretch is the hardest 5-game stretch in the NFL. Now, if he goes 4-1 in this stretch, right, and he doesn't win MVP, it's a contradiction everyone's been saying all year. It's a contradiction.
It just gave me goosebumps. Let me tell you.
Yeah. You just really just kind of rattled me up a little bit, because I'm thinking about that now, because I haven't focused on
Buffalo.
I've thought about it.
San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle. He's 4-1. In that stretch, it'll define the perception.
It changed everything.
It'll put him in the Mahomes category with how people see him. It'll put him ahead of Burrow. It'll put him in where people want him to finally be in, because you know why? You're winning against the reigning champs, the reigning AFC champs, the reigning AFC East champs, the reigning NFC West champs, the Cowboys,
the reigning
Seattle.
AFC, the reigning AFC. Who was that? The AFC. Seattle made the playoffs last year. You know what I mean? Like, you bring up a good point, man.
4-1 here.
You got
it's a slam dunk MVP.
I did not think about it from the MVP perspective, because honestly,
perception.
This season I haven't really cared about MVP, right? Because I feel like the league is kind of favoring who they're favoring.
But you want that for him.
But if he goes 4-1, all right, let's go through it really quickly, right? Where do you 4-1? Let's just say they do go 4-1, right?
I think Seattle's the loss.
I was going to say Dallas, because the Cowboys and the Eagles
Can you
historically.
imagine if he sweeps the Cowboys?
If he sweeps the Cowboys,
beat San Fran. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Somebody's going to sit around in Chicago, like Arn, who's a voter up there, who I can't stand, but he's got a lot of push. If that guy, it looks at him and then looks at Mahomes, and then he beats Mahomes at Arrowhead, he beats Buffalo, then he beats San Francisco, and he sweeps Dallas.
At Jerry,
drop a tight one to Seattle. You're 4-1, and you've got it. You're whatever the record would be with 2 losses at that time. How are you not? And then you think
like 15-2 on the season.
It'd be better than a year ago.
Oh my God, Sills.
By the way, I don't even give a shit what his stats are.
Yeah, right. If he wins those games,
wins
if he
those
finds
games.
a way to win those games.
You want to talk stats? Go get Cousins. You want to talk wins? Go get Hurts.
Sills, man, you give
He's
me
your most
chills
valuable
right.
player.
You're giving me chills right now.
Hey,
because everyone is talking
1, 2,
about that
3,
schedule.
4. You got 5 games right here. Look, the Eagles this year season is a 5-game season, 5 weeks.
It was defined
on
everything.
how people, you'll be the number 1 seed. You'll have the number 1 player. You'll have the offensive player of the year. Then what you got to do, Tone, is you got to close the door, of course, because, again, all of that is great and all. But what we're talking about here is, can you imagine this? You win that 5-game stretch, 4-1. You close it off with a Super Bowl. Be the greatest Eagle team in the history of the franchise.
If he does this, right? And again, this is all hypothetical.
I don't think it is hypothetical. I think that's a reality.
No. What I'm saying is it's possible, but we're forecasting, right? We're forecasting.
Yeah.
If that plays out the way we just said, do we have to? We have to put him, not talent, but in terms of impact and just credibility, we got to put him up there with Mahomes, or do we not?
Yeah.
Close, right? Like
if he wins it.
If he wins it all, with that, and he,
if I'll make this comment to you right now. If Jalen Hurts wins the Super Bowl this year, say versus Joe Burrow, okay, or Mahomes,
right.
and
or
he
Lamar,
wins that Super Bowl,
because the Ravens are hot right now. Ravens are hot.
You could make the argument that the Eagles organization is trending better than Kansas City. And because they got more talent, more younger players.
That KC defense is young, and they got a lot of those
and they're
rookie
performing.
contracts, and they're performing. Young, performing, and they got a lot of them on rookie contracts. Like Nick Bolton, still in rookie contract. Trip McDuffie, I think, is still in rookie contract. That other corner they have, I forget his name. I think he's still in a rookie deal as well. McAllister.
You know what? I wanted him on the Eagles a couple of years ago. You know what the fan said? He's too short. He sucks. I'm like, that guy started in the Super Bowl.
Man,
he's from Washington.
You bring up some great points, man. Look, I'm looking at this stretch, right? Because now
he wins the MVP.
Let's think about this too, right?
And he'll solidify himself as the greatest quarterback in Eagle history.
Oh yeah, by far. I mean, it wouldn't even be a question at that point. And like I said before, everyone, national media, all you keep hearing is Murderers Row, Gauntlet, Murderers Row, hardest stretch in the NFL. You know, can he go to Arrowhead? Can he beat Mahomes, Allen,
now
Purdy, and Dak in the same stretch?
If you have struggles here, your coordinators will be fired at the end of the year.
So okay, I'm glad you say that.
This is going to define. This is a defining month.
Yes.
For a lot of people here, Tone, is the Angelo. I disagree with Angelo a little bit when he says I don't trust him. You're 8-1. You're 16-2. That's not by happenstance. Okay. I mean, luck is winning when you're 5-4. Personally, no disrespect to you, Tone. Luck is 17. This isn't luck.
No, no. 17 with the Eagles were a lot of things happened for that to, you know what I mean? A lot of things, a lot of dominoes fell for that to happen the way it did. I'm one of the first to admit,
coaching and a lot of luck.
I'm one of the first to admit that, right? It's so funny.
There's nothing lucky here about this.
You brought up Angelo Cataldi's point about him not trusting the Eagles, right? And he said something very fascinating, and I have the utmost respect for Mr. Cataldi. He's a legend in this city. One of the most recognizable voices. He said a couple things that resonated with me. One, he said, like you said, he doesn't trust this team because of how things have kind of transpired. And I think for the reasons that he doesn't trust them, I trust them for those exact reasons. And what I mean by that is he doesn't trust them.
Coaches.
He doesn't trust them, because of You know, things have been really close. Things have been really tight. They haven't really kind of controlled mostly of anything. It's just been very shaky ground. They're turning the ball over, all that kind of stuff. Yet they're still winning, and they're finding ways to win in these crucial moments. In their situational their situational football execution and IQ is at an all-time high right now. I trust them because they've shown an ability to thrive in these rickety moments. Number two, he brought up the fact that he's never really seen or heard of a defense being ranked where the Eagles are ranked and winning a Super Bowl. And the fact of the matter is, he covered one, and that was the 2017 Philadelphia Eagles.
Patriots had one too that was down in the 20s when they won a Super Bowl too in pass defense too. So I mean, I've seen it before.
Yeah, it's
the one distinguishing thing, if you have a poor pass defense, most of those teams had stout rush defenses. And they were good in the top 10. They hung around that top. See the difference with me, Tone? If you hang around between 5 and 13, you're top 10 defense against the run. Hey, 11 and 10 is a bell curve, in my opinion. Okay? It's not like a golf score. Hey, what do you shoot? 80. Oh, around 80. No, in golf, you either shoot an 80 or you don't. I mean, you know what I mean? There's no bell curve in golf.
Right. The Eagles have the best rushing, by far, the best rushing defense in the NFL, by more than 10 yards, if I'm not mistaken. So they've proven that they can stop the run. And did you know the Eagles have the most pass attempts thrown against them out of any team in the NFL? That tells you that the league sees the deficiencies of the Eagles in their passing. They know they can't run. They know they're not even trying. They're not even trying. Having
a Super Bowl hangover because they've exposed him. And they got him. By the way, we're going to move up Bill Moss to 4:30 Eastern.
Okay, no worries. He moved up. He has the link, so he should be. All he got to do is jump in whenever.
Yep. So we're going to get him at 4:30. But no, I completely agree. What do you make of this Cowboy thing?
Hold on, wait, my bad, Sills. You just gave me again. I'm thinking about what you said about that 4-on-1. If he goes 4-on-1, I can't stop thinking about that now. If he, because I didn't look at it like that, right? I'm looking at it from the perspective of, okay, go 3-2, win the conference, win the division. I'm not thinking about MVP.
How could an Eagle flag waving guy like you not see that 4-1 stretch? He goes 4-1 in that stretch. This guy solidifies himself.
Because I'm trying to be realistic, right? I'm trying to be realistic. You know, I'm a fan, but I'm trying to be realistic.
How can you not be realistic when you're 16-2?
That's a good point. You're right. Maybe.
Let me ask you one question.
Am I undervaluing the Eagles now?
No. But let me ask you something.
Are you waving the flag now?
Watching Eagle games on Sundays?
Say it again.
Do you enjoy watching Eagle games on Sundays, or do you not? Damn.
I love. Listen. Hear me out here.
How about this? I'll even ask you another one. Are you enjoyable to be in the room with when you're watching an Eagle game?
Not really. I'm very animated. You know how I have a lot of friends that live stream themselves watching the game, and they talk and they commentate, all that kind of stuff. I tried it once. I forgot the camera was on. I can't do it. So for me, if you ask my wife, I'm the worst person to be around when the Eagles are playing. I turn her into my soundboard. I'm sitting here rambling off stats and situational football moments to her, and she's like,
"Are you hollering at the TV like Senor says?"
Oh, my hollering! I'm screaming to the top. Every week I risk losing my voice. You know what I do? I have to make tea during the games because I'm constantly animated. Right? The perfect example, that 3rd and 3 call.
Excuse me. Tea?
I gotta make tea, man. Gotta make tea.
Drinking tea?
Yeah.
Or like smoking tea.
Hey, listen. Next question, ref. Next question, man.
Your Honor, he's leading the witness again.
Next question. One thing I'll say is, man, I love watching my Eagles play, man. But I hate boneheaded decisions. And when I see one and I know one, it kills me. Like I said, that whole Cowboys game, it was exciting. And I was like, okay, we're rocking. I could rock and roll with this because I trust this team in the second half. We're down 17-14. We're down 17-14 going into halftime. I'm like, okay, we're good. And all of a sudden, Jalen Hurts does this thing in the third quarter. We're up by 11 points. I'm like, okay, we got this game in the bag. Just keep the pressure on them. That 3rd and 3 call, You want to know what I said to myself when that 33 call? I literally said, I swear everything I love. I wouldn't lie to you, Sills. The first thing I said, my wife can attest to this. As soon as the 33 call happened, I said, we're losing this game. We're losing this game. We're losing this game.
Oh,
because
man.
that
Hey,
those,
you know what I said when
those kind of decisions win and lose you Super Bowls. You get what I mean? Like that kind of decision.
I get it.
So, but that's just me, man. I'm animated. I like these Eagles too much. I'm a heathen when it comes to these guys.
4-1, he wins the MVP.
You called it. You called it. And James, pull this. Pull that. Whatever.
4-1. 4-1.
That's a hell of a. James, I'm telling you, you better pull what we're talking about here, man, because he just dropped the dime. If Jalen Hurts goes 4-1 in this stretch, he's winning MVP.
Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys, Seahawks. He goes 4-1. He wins the Most Valuable Player award. It will be the first Eagle since the Super Bowl era to win the Most Valuable Player award.
Now, here's the thing: he has to stay healthy. Got to stay healthy.
I know, and again, that's going to be a massive issue. By the way, flag waiver. I thought you were so full of shit today, going like this. Hey, we're this gigantic, attraction, like your P.T. Barnum and shit. And I'm going like, it's the Cowboys. But I got to tell you, Tone, I looked up the TV ratings for all 9 games. I didn't say it for nothing.
I didn't say it for nothing.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. I mean, the Cowboys have had more number ones. Okay. However, here's you: 3, 6, 5, 6, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1.
We're in the room. We're in the room.
In the room? Are you kidding me? You're one of the highest television shows of the year so far, starting since February.
What did Jordan Belfort say? Sell, sell, sell. Okay, I'm selling this team. Okay, I'm selling them.
Cowboys, man. But hey, all right. Well, let me ask you this.
And really quickly, we're one of the top-rated teams, not for the glitz and glam. We're there because we're winning.
Blue collar.
We're winning.
See, I think
Cowboys. They don't have to earn that spot anymore. Jerry Jones has already paid whoever he had to pay. It's already set in stone. He's guaranteed a Thanksgiving matchup every year. But we get there by the muscle. We get there. We get it out the mud, Sills. You know what I mean? That's how we earn ours.
Is it?
We get out the mud.
Okay, let me ask you this here. Man, Kansas City ranked ahead of you. Baltimore ranked ahead of you. Bills ranked ahead of you. Niners ranked ahead of you. Miami ranked ahead of you. Cowboys ranked ahead of you. Eagles at 7. Chargers. Hey, I can't even say this with a straight hey. And then the Bengals at, hey, dude, honest to God, if you want to have an argument with Niners, Baltimore, KC, Bengals, and Eagles on who the better teams are,
right,
and are one of those 4 teams, the teams that could potentially win a Super Bowl, okay, but the team that's playing the best ball right now is Philly. And why would you come up with a list like that unless you were trying to incite a riot?
Listen.
That's the respect I'm talking about, what that 4-1 means, Tone. See this right here? This index? You could take that index and wipe your gluteus maximus with it, because if he goes 4-1 versus all your lover teams that are on that list, it seems too.
And his defense isn't as good this year. So, and his running game isn't as stout as it is this year. And he's kind of playing with one leg right now. Obviously we're assuming he gets a little healthy after the bye week, all that kind of stuff. But listen,
ESPN thinks the Cowboys are better than you.
They can think all they want. They can think that they can think that. I think a lot of things, but I know what I know.
They think Miami's better than you.
I think a lot of things. I think I'm the most beautiful man on the planet, but did I win sexiest man of the year?
No. That's Kelsey. That goes to him.
Exactly.
And not Travis either.
Exactly. So my thing is, I can think a lot of things. I can feel a lot of things. Oh, I can concoct a lot of things. But what does the record tell you? What did the final score tell you?
You know what, Tone? the record doesn't tell me more than what I'm watching on my eyeball test.
Right.
Watch here. When I look at the Eagles, the record is almost second. My eyeball test says this. You've won 22 of 26. Last 2 years at this point, you're 16-2. That's not a coincidence, man. A coincidence, you know what a coincidence, that's stable, winning, keeping your head down, consistency, all of that. You got to punctuate it with a chip. I get it, and I'm the one pimping that.
I'm with you.
Totally
I'm with you.
Right. However, when you show up to fight a guy every day and you know you're not going to get knocked out, but you're going to be in a great brawl with someone, Hoss, I don't, you know.
I've never seen a team get this much love for losing a game. They lost.
I've never seen a team that has won so. I'll tell you this, Tone. I've never seen a team that's won so much that has been shown so much more disrespect in my life than what this Eagle group has been. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a team that has won 22 of 26 ball games. I've never seen a team that is 16-2 in 2 years. I've never seen a team lose a Super Bowl by 3, pick their shit up and get back on the train again and keep rolling towards the Super Bowl again. The last team I've seen do this were the Bills and the Cowboys back in the 90s. That's the last, and maybe the Patriots.
And guess what? Sills? You know what's so crazy about this? And this will be my last point, because I know we got to get our guy, Mr. Moss, up here. This is my last point about this thing, man, right? About this whole Cowboys-Eagles thing. Not only did the Eagles win, right? You got people talking about Dak Prescott outplayed Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott was the best player on the field. Why? Because he had to throw the ball more. Listen, let me put it to you this way, right? Jalen Hurts went 17 for 23, 207 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, was sacked 3 times with 130 passer rating, right? No turnovers, right? Dak Prescott, 29 for 44, 374, 3 passing touchdowns. Let me put you this way, right? Jalen Hurts was more accurate than him. He had he had a higher average per attempt than him. They had the same amount of touchdowns.
Say the most important thing.
He got sacked less than him.
He made more situational big plays than he did.
He had a higher passer rating than him. And when his team needed him to get the lead and put the points up, he did that. So, again, who outplayed who really? Because he threw the ball 44 times.
But remember something, Tone.
He lost the game. They act like Jalen Hurts, real quick, Sills, they act like Jalen Hurts threw an interception. He fumbled. He limped through the game. I mean, technically he did limp through the game. And what did he do? Completed over 75% of his passes, 3 touchdowns. Like they act like Jalen Hurts threw an interception. Like he got bailed out by this, then that, and the third. He overcame a bad defense that game. And he won. He still dropped 28 points on the Cowboys. Can we stop acting like the Cowboys are God? They are not.
How about this,
They're
though?
not.
How about this, though? Okay. All those things you just said, your coach almost lost the game for you.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's my concern.
That's my biggest concern.
So wait a minute. What, Tone? All of that, what you said, one play could have cost you that game. Just remember that. On this day, when I tell you that, he does all those things, and your coach makes one poor mistake and put him in a position to lose potentially, okay?
Yeah.
That, to me, is my concern. It's not Hurts.
It's
actually not even the defense, because the front four is great against the run. Dude, I'd rather be number 1 against the run than number 1 against the pass.
I'll take that. I'm with you on that. I've been saying that all week. I'm with you on that. I agree. I'm with you on that. I agree.
You were awesome today, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you as always.
Thank you. Remember, 4-1, Tone.
4-1.
He wins the MVP.
Hey, listen, James, you heard it. Pull it.
4-1, he wins the most valuable player award, and I don't think it's a debate after that. All right. Hey, folks, happy Wingsgiving for November. Our great friends at Hooters. Hey, all the Hooter girls wanted to thank you guys for going into every single one of the facilities from Rhode Island all the way down New Jersey, all the way to King of Prussia. We so appreciate it. And for that, what they're going to do, they're going to put a special each and every single day, Monday through Friday. Ice Cold Coors Light drafts, $2.99, 25 cents goes to a local charity on every purchase. The 2024 calendars are out. I believe 9 of the girls from the Northeast area are in the calendars. They have $100 in coupons. NortheastTutors.com. NortheastTutors.com. Lunch specials, Monday through Friday, 11:30 to 3. Boneless wings, happy hour, Monday through Friday, 4 to 6. 6 items, $6. Try the fried pickles. You will absolutely love them. Military Mondays, 20% all our great military folks, men and women who have served in our country. Wing Wednesdays, 1983, the year the place was founded. You eat for all you can eat, 1983, and kids eat for free on Saturdays. We so appreciate it. NortheastTutors.com. NortheastTutors.com. Do me a favor. When you go into any one of the locations, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sil's National Football Show. Bill Moss will join us at the bottom of the hour. Former NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, All-Pro, part of the broadcast team for the Kansas City Chiefs. We will talk with him. Coming out of the bye, that is the Eagles' next opponent. By the way, some good news for you. Had a pretty good conversation with Cameron Kitchens of the University of Miami. He sure would love to be an Eagle. First team All-American last year, one of the highest rated guys. He's ranked, I believe, 25th on the Bledsoe list. 6'2", 205 safety. Would Howie draft a safety in the first round at the bottom of the draft? Probably not. Looking for more of a corner probably down there. Kitchens can play. He's one of our better football players that we've had down there at that program. I haven't gotten to this yet, but I'm gonna do that right now. And before we get Bill on, what's the best pass catching duo in the NFL right now? Tight end, wide out, quarterback. If you had to put it on paper, who's the best pass catching duo? Higgins and Chase. You could put tight end in there. Tight end, quarterback, wide receiver. Pick one. He could either be a tight end or a wideout and a quarterback. One, that's duo. Not a threesome, a duo. Okay? Duo, not threesome. In 2023, not in perception, in 2023, who is the best pass-catching quarterback, receiver / tight end duo? Here's who I look at. Again, not threesome. At 10, I got Mahomes and Travis Kelce down here. 2023, not quite the numbers. Not bad. Of course, he's going to lead all tight ends. Okay. Heck of a combo. At 9, I got C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins from Houston. Have you seen this kid Nico Collins play? Do you even know who he is? Do you even know who he is, Nico Collins? Probably never heard of him. That's a testament to C.J. Stroud, what he's doing. Nico Collins is now part of the best duo quarterback pass catching combo in the league. 8, I got Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk has slowly become the number one guy on that team because Debo's been out. C.J. Stroud has Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Dude, he's playing great. I mean, he is just lighting it up, Stroud. I mean, how about this? I mean, the quarterback at Alabama, I'm hoping will be a really good player. The guy in Houston is a great player now. Number 7, I got Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, Lions. Have you seen this guy play? Do you even know who St. Brown is? Have you seen him? He's pretty good, man. Have you seen this guy? You know, you don't hear a lot of big name skilled guys in Detroit, but you got him. He's a good ball player. Number 6, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, Bengals. That thing's getting better and better and better and better every week. Number 5, I got CeeDee Lamb and Dak. You said threesome, a.k.a. Mariota, Hollywood Purdy. All got excited in the chat. I tell you, LJ, relax, man. LJ, man. Yeah. Number 4, got to put Justin Herbert and Keenan Allen here. Chargers. Number 3, Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Bills. Number 2, Tagovailoa and Tyreek Hill, Dolphins. I'm sorry, but the best duo pass catching in 2023, I'm not saying all time, okay? And I'm not saying based on your resume. I'm talking about today. Today. It's Jalen and A.J. Brown. Dude, when A.J. Brown catches that football, it's not so much what he does making those great catches. It's what he does after. Very few wide receivers look for contact. He's like the Derrick Henry of wideouts. I don't think that there's any coincidence he played in that offense with Derrick Henry, and that guy looks to blow people up. He plays the wide receiver position like Derrick Henry does. Dude, you're not getting him down with one guy. You got to drag him down. That in 2023 is the best quarterback receiving duo in the league. You'll never get the credit for it. Okay? Because people will be pimping Dak and CD. CD Lamb is nowhere near A.J. Brown. As a matter of fact, if I had to rank receivers off this list, I would take Tyreek Hill. I would take Stephon Diggs. I would take Jamar Chase. I may even take Brandon Ayuk over CD Lamb. Okay? I might even take CD Lamb. To me, I think he's a guy who's a really good player. Like, do you think CD Lamb's better than Keenan Allen? Do you think CD Lamb is better than Keenan Allen? Bill Moss from the broadcast team of the Chiefs is going to join us soon. I mean, really, ask yourself that. Do you really look at him? And do you go like this? Hey, man, yeah, CD, man, he's better than a guy with 10,000 receiving yards. Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's way better. Okay? Matt says, Sills, AJ's the most dominant wideout since Calvin Johnson. Now, dominance to me is Moss. Physical is T.O. And AJ plays like Irvin and T.O., and they're physical. Hill may end up still with more yards. There's going to be receivers that are more like Jefferson and guys like that, but physically imposing and physically the way they play and the way you got to guard them. Like if you press man AJ, hey man, you better be a 400-pound bench presser at corner. You can't be a little dude. You better not be a little guy on him. He'll run you over. You know, I think most of the time with A.J. Brown, the thing that separates him, in my opinion, is just the fact that he's just a physical mismatch. Keenan Allen has the record for the most games with 15-plus receptions in a single game. Hey, I covered him, and my friend Wes Chandler coached him at Cal. I believe he was a second or third rounder, and where he has come from to where he is, he's going to knock on. How about this? Is he better than Reggie Wayne? Reggie Wayne's a Kane guy. You know how partial I am to them guys. But is Keenan Allen better than Reggie Wayne? Is he better than Joe Horn? Probably. Interesting. Hey, I'll tell you one thing. You know, when you put these lists together and you see teams and how they're built around quarterbacks, and you see Kansas City, I'll tell you something. Kansas City is not the same football team it was 5 years ago because of talent. Veach and Andy Reid are losing talent, especially at the skilled set guys. But you know what they're doing? They're bringing younger guys in. And I think it's forcing Mahomes to have to spread the ball around more. Not having one centric throw to A.J. Brown, they got to spread it around more. And I think it's made it a little bit more of a tougher cover when you're covering the Kansas City Chiefs. Dear friend of mine who was the former defensive rookie of the year, all-pro, works in the broadcast team there for the Chiefs and covers this team and has been covering the team for years now. Former Fox analyst. He was awesome at that. Former Pitt Panther. from PA too, by the way, and a Philly guy, our good friend Bill Moss. Bill, how you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Sills? How's it going?
All good, man. 2023 Chiefs, man. I mean, are you happy where they are right now and how they're playing? I mean, they get beat in the opener against the Lions, but I mean, you've seen it. It just seems different this year compared to a year ago. Give me your thoughts on it.
Yeah, it is different. There's no doubt. Am I happy with it? If I wasn't happy with it, I could just take 1 second and go back to 2011 and think about those teams back then. The Chiefs fans, the fan base, we've become really spoiled, sitting at 7-2, and we're sitting here talking about what's wrong with the Chiefs. Pretty special place to be in. But there's glaring changes. There's glaring numbers that jump out at you. They're here in the bye week, and they're going to, self-analyze themselves, self-scout themselves, and take a good hard look at it and make adjustments. Look, what are they? Worst in the league in drop football passes from the wide receiver position. Only 144 yards a game. It's number like 22 in the NFL at the wide receiver position per game. There's been some change there, but there's also some issues there.
How much of an impact has been Bieniemy not being there? Has it been felt, Bill, or is that just a media-made thing?
Look, so there's definitely a group of people out there on social media that believe it is a thing. Eric Bieniemy is going to get in your ass. You're going to know it every second. And as a player, Sills, this, that coach that just like, oh crap, I got to go listen to this mouth now. I know I messed up. You don't have to tell me, but I got to go listen to it. And he's that guy, and he's going to make you accountable. And some people don't like that, but I don't think that he's the issue. I don't think that's the problem. I think you can get comfortable when you have a guy like Patrick Mahomes, and you think of some teams that had great players that rely. Look at the Dolphins with Marino.
Right.
Look at the Lions with Barry Sanders. You're talking about two of the greatest players at their positions possibly ever, and guys just get lazy around them. But we've got a lot of young wide receivers. I think they're still on the upside. And Andy's the kind of coach that just keeps on going back after it. He's just going to keep on saying, he keeps on pushing it. And if you follow him through the course of his history of coaching, I mean, his teams have just always gotten better and better and better as the season wore on. His players all of a sudden started making big time plays in big time games. And you can go back and trace that to him in Philadelphia. And so I think he believes in these guys. He's not giving up on them at all. But, he keeps on. He's got to address the numbers that we're looking at right now.
Bill, help me out on this, because we're looking at what's going on up in New England right now with Belichick. I tell people 25 years of excellence, 4 years of shitty football, 6 Super Bowls. I don't know about you, but I'll take that any day. When you're looking at how they won up there for a couple decades, but it really does seemingly the coach and the quarterback of any position will always be connected. My point is with Andy Reid, how good a coach is he? Because when you have Donovan McNabb and you have Patrick Mahomes, who's an upgrade to that player, how great is Andy? I mean, Bill, look at the guy that was in Washington, Joe Gibbs. He won with 3 different dudes. That to me is somebody that you look at and you go, holy shit, this guy could take Joe Theismann. He could take Mark Rippon. He could take Doug Williams. You're winning Super Bowls. That's a great coach. How great is he in your opinion?
I think he's just steady. I've known him a long time, and he's a really interesting guy. And his parents were artists, and he's got a flair for the art of dissecting things and looking at things. He went to BYU under
Lavelle Edwards.
Lavelle, yeah, and he's kept playbooks from the time he was playing in high school and college, all the pros. He was up in Green Bay with Mike Holmgren, to Philadelphia, and he's got all these playbooks, and he can adjust to the talent he has. He has his favorite things. He loves tight ends, loves them. Every place you look, going back to Green Bay, he's had 2, 3 tight ends. Philadelphia, 2, 3 tight ends. He took guys you didn't even know, Chad Lewis in Philadelphia, and made him a Pro Bowl player. And so, he has his things that he likes to do in his concepts, but he's always adaptable to his players, and that's why you see so much change in his game plan of running personnel in and out, different personnel groupings, different things. He's looking for the right matchups for each player, and he has those in his mind. That's what makes him so great. Falling into Patrick Mahomes is just unbelievable, right? And for Andy, he was always looking for that kind of guy, that competitor. He loved Brett Favre, and then he went down and he when he drafted Donovan McNabb, and then he went out and pulled Michael Vick in and brought him under his wing after he got in trouble. I remember him telling me he loved Jake the Snake Plummer. Guys like that can do things and extend plays and keep them going, looking for opportunities downfield, has always been his MO. So what he got in Patrick Mahomes is just a blessing and a dream come true. I don't see him planning on retiring anytime soon, as long as Pat's around.
You know what, too, Bill? I think you bring up so many things about evolving. And as you know this, I mean, it's like Shula down in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
And I say this to people, I go, can you imagine the most success he ever had was a guy who threw the ball 12 times a game? They won 3 AFC titles and 2 Super Bowls. One team was undefeated. Marino falls into his room. He's never thrown a ball. All of a sudden, this guy's throwing the ball 37 times a game in an era where you only threw the ball 25 times, and he evolved. So you kind of see a little bit of that with Andy. Like you say, it's almost like B.B. King when he said back in the day, Bill, you take a little bit of this, you take a little bit of that, you take a little bit of this. How much is that reflected onto the way Mahomes is evolving as a quarterback?
Well, I think a lot of it, and just his grooming of Mahomes. Here's a guy. They knew the day they brought him in, the first day after the draft, everybody on that team, all the coaches, all the players, everybody knew that this guy was special, and he had something. I went out and watched practice, and I saw him do things. I'm like, oh man! And so, if you remember,
Marino things,
Marino things, yeah, but Dan wasn't that slick. He couldn't move like he could. Dan had.
I think you mean more fleet of foot.
Dan had that arm, and he had that rifle, and he had that accuracy. Like, still, I don't know if anybody had his accuracy,
right? But
running around like a point guard and having the ability to know where everybody's at, the players saw it right away, and everybody on that team knew, like, wow, this guy's going to be something else. But it never leaked outside to anybody. Nobody else in the league knew. All they knew is Alex Smith was there, the starter, and he's going to be the starter. And nobody else knew. And they just kept him under wraps, and they let him sit and watch. They let him sit and learn how to talk to the media, the things, how to prepare, all the things that go into the work week with a quarterback. And he did that. And he did that under Alex, and he became a pro. And then the last game of the season, they let him start when it didn't matter. They were in the playoffs out in Denver. But he was such a wild arm. I mean, that cannon he had, he did things on the practice field people were just amazed by. And if you remember, to this day, that was the best year Alex Smith ever had. Because when you know the guy's behind you, he knows he's not going to be there. He knows this guy's he can't touch this guy's athleticism. And as a starter, you have that behind you. So he started airing the ball out a little bit more. He wasn't Charlie check down anymore. It brought out more of him pushing the ball downfield. And it was the most yards he ever threw for in a season, his highest percentage passes, accuracy, all those things. The quarterback rating, it's funny how that works.
It's funny. You think about it. In our time, must have been like Young sitting behind Montana.
Yeah.
Knowing full well that eventually that guy's going to be the heir apparent. He has more skill set than me because he can run more, and probably elevated Joe's game because that guy sat behind him for like 9 years. And you bring Mahomes up here. Look at this, Bill. I mean, I hear people going like this, it just doesn't look the same. And you're like, okay, 433 attempts he's on chart for, 4,600 passing yards, 32 touchdowns, 69% completion percentage. I don't know, Bill, but if I'm putting money on something, I'm putting money on a guy. If that's a down year, what the hell is right? Have those expectations been set too high on him? Or do you think that's what he expects, to have those expectations put on him like that?
I don't think he puts any expectations on himself at all. There is nothing on the football field he doesn't think he can overcome. Him on third down and plus 10 or more is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy. He picks up more first downs, and he has that wherewithal around him. He knows where everybody's at, including where the line of scrimmage is when he's running around and where that first down marker is when he's running around. And he can stop his toe on that line of scrimmage when he's running around and drop that ball in somebody's lap. Or if they're in man coverage or backs are turned, he's just going to keep on going and pick up the first down himself. His numbers are just phenomenal. But there's nothing he doesn't think he can overcome. He's been down in so many games in the fourth quarter, the last second, big time games, AFC championship games, Super Bowls, and he just battles back. And when you have that belief, it permeates throughout the whole team. But at the same time, they know who's the guy that's making all the magic happen. And so you can just kind of get lazy and say, "Oh, we got this. Pat's here."
Bill, this it's funny. I didn't realize until you just mentioned it here that the Chiefs are in a bye too, so they're going to be coming out, and their game at Arrowhead is going to be against the Eagles, a rematch of the Super Bowl. When you see Jalen Hurts and what he's been able to do and how he's evolving his game, and what you saw with him in the Super Bowl, I'm looking forward to this game. And your takeaway on Jalen and what you've seen in his evolving into being a passing quarterback, not just a dual threat guy, Bill, but he kind of looks a little bit like Russell Wilson back in the day, early Wilson. Your takeaway on Hurts?
Yeah, just watching him come into his own has been kind of fun to see. I think, there's a couple young quarterbacks out there, and I'm looking at the things that CJ Stroud's done this past week. And, the ability Tua, they thought he was injury prone. They thought he was overweight this offseason. They thought all kinds of stuff, right? They've got that. The quarterback position in college football and in the NFL now is simply this. If you don't got one, you don't have a chance.
Yeah.
And so I think these guys, the young guys, have learned at an early age that it is all about that position. There's no more of the Trent Dilferds or Brad Johnsons winning Super Bowls or, the guys that hand it off 40 times a game and play action, pass you a couple here and there. And that's gone. That quarterback position has to be electric, magic. You have to have the it factor. There's no more, Dave Browns out there. And so I think they've learned that, and they were groomed to do that in college. So once you know that that's the way the game's played and that's the expectation that's put on you, whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, they just embody it and go with it.
I'll tell you what, this kid Pacheco, I was calling him Ferdy Pacheco during the Super Bowl. So he's on pace for $1,000 at 4.2 a carry. He's also on pace for 350 yards receiving. I mean, not bad for a late round guy. And he's developing into a pretty nice little piece back there. In light of the fact that what you're talking about with the receiver drops, this guy's an important part of this offense moving the chains.
He is, and there's a whole nother group that will tell you that they need to utilize him a little bit more. The guy, they don't run too often here in Kansas City. Andy, if you spell run to Andy, that he thinks that means run to the refrigerator. That's nothing to do with handing the ball off. But this Pacheco guy, and look, they've got a pretty good offensive line. The interior three, and Trey Smith and Tooney and Creed. I mean, you can get some mileage out of them and lean on them a little bit. And I think Andy has to trust in that a little bit more and take some of the pressure off of Patrick early on. I mean, he's had a hell of a go of it just this first half of the season. I think they can help him out down the stretch a little bit by feeding Pacheco the ball a little bit more, eating up more of the clock, making those long offensive drives down the field, wear on the defense a little bit. I think that could help them as they push down the stretch while they're working to overcome the receiver problems.
Two last questions for you, Bill. This guy, Mike Dana, on pace for 10.5 sacks. Chris Jones, 10.5.
Yeah.
Shit, the kid Tranquil, the linebacker kid, on pace for 6.5 sacks. I mean, has that been a pleasant surprise for Jim Schwartz or for Spagnuolo and what he's been able to do on that side of the ball? You got very young corners. You got pass rushers now on the team. That looks like it's been a pretty big upgrade for Steve Spagnuolo that defense is playing the way it is.
You know, for years when the offense was putting up big numbers in Kansas City here, they were just always like, if we could only get our defense just in the middle of the pack, we'd be okay, right? Well, they've got a top 5 defense.
Yeah.
And
And guys who get home, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the reason has to do, look, there's talent up front, and Spags does a great job of utilizing the defensive line and getting games out of them and rushing and showing fake blitzes and bringing pressures. But the back end of this defense is stacked, Dan. I mean, stacked. Like you remember playing for us when we were playing, if you had that one more half a second to hold your coverage, we could get home, you know? You're right there about to drape yourself over the quarterback. And that half a second difference is a big factor. That secondary of the Kansas City Chiefs is talented and it is deep. Like, I mean, all of them are good, really good. You got Trent McDuffie out there, you know, playing just unbelievable ball. He is a factor, man. I think he's got 4 forced fumbles already. He will come up and stick your ass, right? And leave it.
When he came out of Washington, Bill, I wanted him in Philly. And everyone was talking a little 5'11". I go, yeah, but this guy's a hitter, man. This guy's a play. And you know what? Like Jimmy Johnson always told me, I want guys around the ball. He's always around the ball, you know?
Right. No question about it. And L'Jarius Sneed is a heck of a player. You know, they look to put him on your best receiver. And, you know, he was with Tyreek Hill all day. Now, he had safety help, and those safeties are good. Reed and Cook, they're just it's just a talented group, and Spags is as much as Andy's a wizard on offense. Spags has all these toys to play with too, and he just loves coming up with different combinations to cause wrinkles for an offense.
Okay, finally here, I'm going to ask you the dumbest thing I possibly can, because back when I played and back when I was younger, strippers were kind of like my they're kind of like my kryptonite, right? They were my kryptonite, Bill, so I won't lie to you here. All right, this Taylor Swift thing with being around the team, I mean, look, nobody likes distractions, whether it's Tebow or women or any kind of chaos in the locker room. Coaches despise that. How's Andy dealing with all this? Or is it like Mike Tomlin would say, is it like a pebble in the shoe?
No, to be honest with you, I'm with you. I always thought there'd be, you know, some kind of issue. You know, the wives and girlfriends section of a football team, where they sit, that could explode at any time. It can get real ugly. And then you come home from your work or your day, and you're like, "Did you hear what so-and-so said?" Oh man, it might, and that
guy's making more than you.
That's real life stuff, right? You want to do some housewives shows. Do the wives section, and no, this is a real thing, and this Taylor deal is, I'm shocked. Everybody has taken to it, and it couldn't have gone, you know, any better.
She looks like a true fan too.
Yeah.
I dig her at the games.
I think she's just being herself and having fun, and it's a real deal between those two. And she's taking in all their friends, and they go out and do stuff together. They go to dinner. They're you hang out. I mean, and so it's been an easy transition into it. And Andy's got to be ecstatic because every time she's around, you know how it is. You're a male. You're going to put on a show for your woman, right?
Oh, hey, I'm going to be flexing and doing everything I possibly can. You kidding me here, man? No,
Right.
Hey, Bill, I think it's great for the game. I think it's great for the fan base, especially that gigantic fan base in Kansas City. I mean, I look at Travis Kelce too. He's a brand now, Mahomes. I think it's really wonderful, but you have the old curmudgeons who are going to sit there and try to make some shit out of something that's really not anything. To me, as long as the guy's still putting up numbers, he's on pace for 1,200 yards this year. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame and going to be considered one of the best pass-catching tight ends in NFL history. I don't know, man. I mean, how do you think he's handling it?
I think he's doing real well at it. Actually, and he does his podcast, and people try to trip him up and ask questions that he might say something wrong. That's a tough line to walk through. He alluded on one of his podcasts about you got to run the right routes and you got to catch the ball and things like that. And those things sometimes can carry back to a locker room and be troublesome. But I don't think, I think that Andy has done a great job and knows how to keep everybody in line and keep the ship pointed in the right direction. And I mean, it's early yet. Things can still blow up. You never know. But I think it's really gone well. And I think everybody's over the wow factor now too. And it's just not a big deal. It's just part of the Chiefs' kingdom.
Bill, I really love the fact too, because that coach shows me how much I'd love to play for him. Hey man, I think it's great she's around. I really love the fact she's here. He embraces it. And he embraces if your personality is that. And Bill, this truly, to me, the great coaches could handle a Michael Irvin, can handle a Troy Aikman, can handle a Bill Moss, could handle a Charles Haley, could handle a Dan. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I love coaches like that because to me, different types of personalities, I think that's what makes a real strong locker room.
Well, you mentioned all those coaches, and the one thing, the common denominator they all have is they're all
they won.
Yeah, but they're all true leaders.
Yeah,
you can't. This is why you see so much turnover in the NFL with head coaches. It doesn't matter how good your defense was or how good your offense was as a coordinator. If you don't have the ability to stand up in a locker room in a team meeting in front of all your coaches, 30 of them, and 50, 60 players, and be able to stand up there and be a leader and be a man and, dictate how things go. And this is the way we do things. That's the difference between them and everybody else. And that's why you see the turnover. It's not that these guys weren't good coaches. It's just that they aren't good leaders. And when you're not a good leader, it's like a grade school kid, right? And a student teacher comes in the class one day, right? The replacement, who you can walk on. Kids know. Well, it carries over too. Players know. They know when they sit there and that guy gets up in the front of the room, whether it's all business and you got to toe the line or okay.
Hey, Bill, I leave you with this. So I told, my daughter's heard all of our stories. And I said, I got Bill Moss on today. She goes, so you think he's kind of like calm, like him? You think his kids push him around? And I go, I've never had a person talk more shit than my daughter in my entire life, Danielle. Okay, believe me. Okay, I was a dick. She goes, you couldn't jump over a stack of quarters now. And now, Bill, I've never had more people talk more shit to me in my life than my kid and my wife.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you, man? Are you in a good place right now, man?
Great. I couldn't be better. I love what I'm doing. I got grandkids. Yeah, everything's good. I just wish, Dan, I was able to put my socks on. That's it. I can't put my socks on.
Dude, I don't have any shoes with laces.
It's the biggest struggle in my life is putting my socks on. I can't. I have to hey, come over here. Can you help me with my socks?
I had to do the scoot thing on my feet. Bill, it's great catching up with you, man. You're one of the guys that I looked up to when I was a younger guy, man. Thank you so much for doing this and being my lifelong friend.
For your show, man.
Thank you so much.
Care.
Bill Moss, our good friend from the Kansas City Chiefs, former defensive rookie of the year, all-pro, part of the broadcast team. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
So is it true Mr. Marshmallow's coming off IR? Is it true? Is Mr. Marshmallow coming off of IR? Does anybody know who I'm referencing when I say Mr. Marshmallow? Okay? See if Tone knows who Mr. Marshmallow is. He's got a great name. I got to write that down. Hold on, because that's a great name too. Hold on. That's a really good name. I call him Mr. Marshmallow. Who's Mr. Marshmallow? I'll give you a hint. He's got a Q in his name. Hey, he's got a Q in his name. Yes, Queasy Watkins, a.k.a., according to Tone, Quez Dropkins. Yeah. Queasy Watkins. You know, like Wheezy? He's like Queasy Watkins, the Marshmallow Man. Should be like, you know, the guy that you have like, you know, the Three Musketeers bar and shit. That's great, Maniac. Yeah, Mr. Butterfingers. Hey, wait a minute. Quez Butterfingers. Hey, this ain't right. Who am I going to sit for Mr. Marshmallow? Oh, man. Hey, I'm sorry, but we're going to put you down on the practice squad. You're going to tell Julio Jones I'm going to put you on the practice squad now, and we're going to bring up Mr. Butterfingers, Quez Butterfingers. Quez Butterfingers, who's that? Yeah, Quez, you know Queasy. Why do you call him Queasy? Well, he's kind of Queasy is when he gets in the middle of the field and guys take the ball out of his hands. That guy does not deserve to be in an NFL uniform, let alone with the Philadelphia Eagles. That guy makes me queasy. Queasy Watkins. Why do you call him queasy? Because I just get a little queasy when he's out there because I'm really kind of, I've never, ever done this. I've never been afraid for a guy's health before when he was playing in a game. You look at the clock and you're like, got 45 more minutes of football. Will Queasy Watkins get hurt or get the ball stolen from him? Or, remember he was telling us that he's going to be really great this year during the exhibition season. And I was like, I don't see it. I mean, dude, you're not very tough. What are you doing on the Eagles? Are you a Howie guy? Gotta be, man. Yeah, a little queasy. Hey, I bet you Wayne. Hey, I'll bet you little Queasy has better hands than him. Okay? I do. I bet he does, man. Holy cow. Mr. Quez Dropkins, that's what Tone calls him. Mr. Butterfingers. Oh, my God. What are you going to do with that guy? Keep him on the practice. Can he go to the practice squad? Let somebody hopefully take him. Get him out of there. He's not worthy to be on that team, man. The kid from Atlanta's better. He is. Remember he had, Sirianni lying to you, telling me how great he was? There's another moment for Nick. Quez is having a great camp. Nick, again, to what Tone says, stop. Just stop. Okay? Wasn't that the theme of the OTAs and the offseason was that, man, Watkins looks great. And you're like, yeah, everybody looks great in shorts and helmets. But when someone's actually in front of you and has a plan to punch you in the face, you don't look that hot. And he's not eligible. I can't wait to see what they do to him. I mean, do you think they waive him? Do you think they cut him? Huh? By the way, we're going to look at some respect, I think, for Jalen here in a minute. Also, we're going to look at week 10 of the NFL as the Eagles are in that bye. We're going to do that here in a minute. Teams that are going to need a quarterback also in the final hour. I want to throw this last thing out here, too, before we take a time out here. So you see George Pickens of the Steelers? Steelers take the lead, win a ball game. You got a wide receiver on the – this is what makes Devontae Smith so great. Not the fact that he's not just a great player, but you could have this shit on your team. So George Pickens, did you see his reaction when the Steelers went up and won the game? He went over and pouted on the bench because it wasn't him. And Mike Tomlin was asked the question, hey, you know what Mike Tomlin did? Instead of pulling one of those Sirianni bullshit comments, he said this, hey, man, I get it. We want every guy on our football team to want to feel that they're the focal point on why we won a game. I don't have a problem. He covered for his pouting in a really cool way. He goes, hey, I want guys that want to be the focal point of why we win ball games. Then what does he do? To let it just die there, he does what these new wave young guys that are Tone's age takes everybody's name off of social media, defollows the team, does all that stuff. I'm mad. And by the weekend, it's over. He puts everybody back on. These youngsters today. Wow. These youngins today. You got to throw a little fit, right? To get everybody to go like this. You know what Mike Tomlin was asked again today? He goes, it's a pebble in my shoe. George, hey, the kid is a pebble. George Pickens is a pebble in his shoe, his concerns. It's like a pebble in my shoe. And, Pickens was asked, he goes, hey, everybody's making more of it. No, son, you made more of it. This is why Devontae Smith is sitting back and watching a legendary season going on with A.J. Brown, and that's how you should hope that a player responds. This was the difference between Terrell Owens and Donovan McNabb. McNabb didn't want anybody to have a bigger shine on the team than him, whether it was Deshaun Jackson or Terrell Owens. He didn't know how to manage it. The Eagles know how to manage that. Hey, AJ's having a great year. That's like telling somebody, hey, how come I'm not getting my at-bats? Well, you're not going to hit 70 home runs. He's going to get more at-bats. I'm going to put him in leadoff. And you're like, well, what about me? What about you? He's having an historic year. What do you want me to do? Appease you? That's nothing to do with winning. So with A.J. Brown getting all these targets and all these catches and all these yards, great. If it happens to be that the other guys aren't getting as many and you're still 8-1, at the end of the day, does it matter? I asked you the question, are they targeting him too much? It'd be one thing if you're targeting a guy who was 18th in the league versus a guy who's the best receiver and maybe the best quarterback wide receiver combo in the league. It'd be one thing if that was what that was. Kenny Gainwell goes, son, as far as I'm concerned, Kenny Gainwell, you're a schwimp. You're lucky to be on the team, son. Okay? You're number 50. No, you're 42 out of 53. You're lucky I know you. You're not the 1%. You're a scrub. Don't let me have to replace you. Hey, Kenny, you're a scrub. It bothers me. You're a scrub. I'm talking to you like Jimmy Johnson would talk to you. You're a scrub. Hey, so Jimmy would do this. I have Emmitt Smith here and I have Bob Smith here. You think I'm treating Bob Smith like Emmitt Smith? You got the wrong guy. Not everybody's treated fairly on this team. You could be late to practice. You can do drugs. You could be a heroin addict if you're Lawrence Taylor. That's what Parcells did. Hey, Bill, LT was late coming to the practice field and to the meetings. You know, Parcells looked at Belichick and said, why'd you start the meeting? Bill, why'd you start the meeting? You started a meeting without Lawrence Taylor in it? To what? Prove a point? Dude, I'm not a daycare center and I'm not a drug rehab guy. I'm a football coach. Don't pretend you're one. Okay? You're not a social worker. You're a football coach. Well, Sills, this guy, I'm not a mental health counselor either. I'm a football coach. I'm sticking to what I know and do. Yeah, but don't you care about that? care about. No. That's for the other guys in the organization, like Howie and all those guys, to worry about. I'm paid to coach him. If he's on the active roster and he's in my building and he's in my position meeting, I'm coaching Lawrence Taylor. If he's out till 3 o'clock in the morning and he's high on drugs, that's the organization to decide whether or not they want to compromise themselves. You put him in my locker room, I'm coaching him. Don't you have any compassion for the fact that you may be an enabler? No. That's like asking a player, would you mind having Michael Vick in your locker room after he did all those things to those animals? That's not my concern. The organization put him in there. I didn't. You're not going to compromise my integrity. Those aren't my decisions. I'm a football player. I love how people like to overextend their sandbox so many times. Coaches are paid to coach, not be marriage counselors or mental health experts. You're not. You put a guy in your locker room, coach him. If he's somebody like LT, well, you're going to earn your money because he's going to stretch you to the max and the limit. Don't you like guys who do this one, right, Tone? Watch this. Everyone, watch this one here. Well, I'm going to suspend Lawrence Taylor because he was out late and missed practice and curfew. And I'm going to suspend him for the Eagle game that determines the NFC Championship and who goes to the NFC Championship game. I would look at that guy if I was a head coach, and I'd look at my position coach and go, you're fired. You mean you want to play LT? No, I want to keep him off the field and take my best player on my team and suspend him. How dumb are you? I'm going to take the best guy off my team. I'm going to fine him, and I'll get his ass somewhere else down the line. I ain't punishing the other 52 guys in my locker room. That ain't going to work. Allen Iverson skipped practice and would drop 40. Miss me with the fake outrage completely. Hey, Iverson, man, he didn't show up to practice. Well, what did he do that night? He put 50 on Miami. I don't care. Yeah. He dropped 50 on Miami. Yeah, hey, Iverson, man, he was a little late to our meeting. Did he win game 2? Yeah. So Iverson beat that Laker team in game 2 single-handedly. Yeah. You want to suspend him? Yeah. You're fired. Not here, man. That's a coach I played for. Oh, Jimmy getting our ass after. Oh, it was terrible. He believe me, we didn't get off the hook when we did stupid shit, but he ain't taking guys like Charles Haley off the field because you guys want to be do-gooders. Now, in today's NBA, players are skipping games. No one bats an eye, but we want to kill Iverson for missing practice. The NBA should kiss Iverson's ass. Yeah. Dude, AI is my favorite NBA player of all time. All time. All time. The story, who he is, what he was. Allen Iverson's my favorite basketball player. He's one of my favorite athletes. Bobby Bowden offered him a scholarship before that idiotic bowling alley thing, which he was railroaded in. If it wasn't for John Thompson saving his life, taking him out of that thing and giving him, he had to sign his scholarship in jail. He had to sign his scholarship in jail. And it was the mom that went and told, I forget who told, I think Pat Riley told me the story when I was down in Miami, how Iverson got that scholarship to Georgetown. The mom begged him, and then Thompson went down and gave him a scholarship. But he was offered scholarships to Miami, Florida State. Bobby Bowden wanted him to come in and be the next Charlie Ward. I mean, just tremendous. Julius Erving was man. That was my young guy. That was my young. Man, when I was a young kid watching him with the ABA and the Nets, I didn't really like him. I didn't think he was as good with the Sixers. I know he won an MVP award, but I don't think he was as good with the Sixers as he was with the Nets. Dude, he come down that lane with that big afro and that red, white, and blue ball. No one watched the Knicks back then when I was a kid. They watched that team and watched him putting 32 a night up. He was insane. Dude, you waited for ABA basketball because Dr. J was there. I watched him every night. He was so great. And he cut his hair and he went to the Sixers, and it's almost like he took some of the strength away from him a little bit. I don't know, man. He was really great there, but dude, hey, Tone, absolutely, man. He was unbelievable, man. Dude, I had a poster. I wore Converse because of him. I had a poster in that when he had that ball going up there with that Nets gear on. Shit. He was something stupid great. Probably the best slam dunker I've ever seen. Took off from the top of the key. Not free throw line, top of the key, and dunked that stuff. Man. And dude, he was doing it over. He was doing it over Moses Malone, was playing for the Virginia Squires. He was doing it over like Nate Thurman and them guys. There were so many great players in that ABA, and he was crushing them. Ugh. He was so amazing. I would say this: growing up, my favorite athletes, and this is going to date me. Dr. J's a better slam dunk guy than Kobe. Sorry, no disrespect, but you got to give justice to justice. Dr. J was a better slam dunk guy. Not close, I don't think. I mean, was Kobe better than the guy in Atlanta? I don't know. Dawkins, Dominique? Probably. Was he better than Vince Carter? I don't know. Is Kobe better than Vince Carter as a slam dunk guy? I don't know. Vince Carter was awful dope, dude, putting that ball down like that. Vince Carter could dunk, man. Kobe's an overall greater player, of course. Hey, that's right. Tone's like, Vince Carter's the greatest dunk artist he's ever seen. Dude, Vince Carter, dude, if you have to rank him really, Jordan's up there, obviously. Dr. J, Dominique, Carter, maybe Daryl Dawkins. Not Daryl Dawkins. Daryl Griffin. He was up there too. He could really put it down. Yeah. This guy's, hey man, Vince Carter, he was unbelievable. He was just insane great. All right. I'm off on a tangent here. Excuse me. Hey, I saw Spud Webb win a dunk contest. This guy's this tall, dude. I'm no kidding. He's a little tiny guy. He won a dunk contest. Craziest thing you ever seen, Spud Webb. He was really good. I used to love that, but now, you know, didn't some white guy just win it? Some guy was like a G League guy, right? Was he with the Lakers or something? I don't know. Anyway, hour number 3. I want to give Jalen some kudos here. Also, we're going to take a look around the league here. There's some storylines here. Let's see here. Week 10 of the NFL. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
My name is Slim Shady. That should be my new name. Big Sills to Slim Shady at JAKIB Sports. How you doing? My name is... Oh, man. I don't want to upset some of you out there, because I'm not sure you even know who Slim Shady is, but that's okay. And who's he talking about, honey? Oh, yeah. What's his name? Was he a country singer somewhere? Who's that? Who are you perpetrating? What is that, some sort of Waylon Jennings guy? Nah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Take the night off. Sills, you think Iverson could take Curry one-on-one? Absolutely. I think you take Jordan one-on-one. You think who's stopping the crossover? Have you ever seen anybody in NBA history lock down the crossover? Dude, now, I mean, Jordan probably wins in a one-on-one, but dude, the crossover, man, is like the sky hook. You ain't stopping the crossover. I mean, I saw him buckle up the ankles on Jordan doing it. Steph Curry can't guard a phone booth. Iverson cooked that dude in one-on-one. Dude, Iverson, what made him so insane was the fact that he jumped out of the building. His crossover was insane, and he was an amazing jump shooter. Dude, you think there's anybody in the NBA? Can you imagine Allen Iverson in today's NBA when he was in his prime? Shit, dude. I would make this comment to you that he's probably the greatest 6-foot player in the history of the NBA. You can make the argument he's one of the greatest shooting guards of all time. Okay? With these new soft rules, Iverson would score 35 a night. Couldn't guard him, man. All that stuff that Steph does. Dude, AI was the shit. He was, man. Hey, I got to say this to you. Let's see here. Joshua Dobbs. I want to do this here as we get into this hour here. We're going to look at week 10 of the NFL. And by the way, some love here for Jalen here in a second. I just hope there's a team out there one day that gives him the benefit of the doubt and has some faith in him like Jalen has in Philadelphia, and someone wraps their arms around him and gives him belief because he's a winner. Josh Dobbs is a winner. That's a winner. I love this kid. He's a winner, man. Every place he walks into, makes no excuses. You turn a guy like that into a journeyman. Why? You know why? Because you don't have faith in him. The Eagles could have easily not had faith in him. Second rounder. You know, if Carson Wentz plays anything decent, Hurts never sees the field. And some of you go like this, well, that's not true. Really? Well, if Drew Bledsoe doesn't get hurt, Brady never sees the field. Sometimes situations and athletes take advantage of the moment. You know, there was a shot Brady would never see the field. They had just given Drew Bledsoe that contract. They weren't in any hurry to hand it over to a guy. And if Wentz had rebounded, Hurts never see the field. At least not as soon as he did. Sometimes it's better to be fortunate than good, Tone says. How about this one? Not only was he fortunate, but he was fortunate to go to the right team, the right time, in the right moment, with the right locker room. And how easy would it have been for Nick not to buy in to Jalen? Because Nick's not an RPO coach. He's more of a Phillip Rivers style guy. How easy would that have been not to buy into it? Ain't my guy. That's not my guy. I didn't draft him. He's got no, I don't believe in that style. How easy would that have been? You know, how many times do you see that? Coach walks into a new place. I wonder if Jonathan Gannon, who's going to get Kyler Murray back, you think he's happy to see him back or not? I don't know. Maybe, probably, because you got nothing there. Okay. So this kid Dobbs, man, someone give him a chance. By the way, Minnesota, this kid here, man, he goes up there and he gets them in the playoffs. I don't know how, if you're Minnesota, you don't go, I don't know. Is he Geno Smith 2.0? Just because you've bounced around to certain teams, how many organizations has he bounced around that weren't confident in who they were and made knee-jerk reaction moves all the time, especially at that position? It's so easy to move off that. I would say this. That's the easiest position to move off of than any other position in the NFL because it has to be addressed immediately and you have to know what you have. You have to know if you have a guy. So if Dobbs doesn't, dude, Josh Dobbs didn't get a chance to develop. He had to win immediately. They're developing. Hey, by the way, this too with Jalen. This is going to be such a shitty thing to say. Tone, forgive me. Should I say it? Ugh. Old Sills wood. How about I do it this way? Since Jalen Hurts was a second rounder, say he didn't win a lot right away, you think that I had the patience to stick with him? Chris goes, don't be a bitch and say it. So you think you're going to sit around with a black quarterback and you're not going to win a lot of games? You think you're going to sit around, or are you going to treat him like Josh Dobbs? There, I said it. Didn't Seth Joyner on this program say, Black quarterbacks are coached differently. He said it. You think that I had the patience in Philly if he wasn't winning right away? Shit, they were coming out of 2021 making that comment. Is he the guy? Jalen had to win immediately to calm that talk down. I think if Jalen Hurts was 7-10, I think they move off him. And then he becomes Josh Dobbs. No? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? But people here don't think white quarterbacks get more coaching and more time than black quarterbacks. You know, I always told you I keep it real. You think coaches that are black versus white get more autonomy? Nope. Howie was an inch away from bringing in Wilson. Wilson was a proven commodity. Didn't matter what color he was. You are wrong. In Philly, maybe not around the league. The Eagles have a long history of black quarterbacks. So you really thought coming out of the 2021 season, when they went and got 2 first-round draft choices, they were sold on Jalen Hurts? That is wrong, too. They were preparing to go into the draft to draft one of the quarterbacks in the draft. That's why they had 2, because they were hedging their bets. When they came out of the playoff game and you were going into the 2022 season, they weren't sold on Jalen Hurts. This has been, believe it or not, only an 18-month thing that they have been sold on him. Shit, if they were so sold on him, why did they draft him in the 2nd round? Nobody was sold on him. He was a seatbelt. What I'm saying, and I'm bringing it up because of Dobbs, how do you know he's not Jalen Hurts? Has anybody ever really believed in him? To give him an opportunity to put a team behind him, to see what he can do? No. I love this kid, man. That's not the point, although the Eagles have a great history of black quarterbacks. Keep in mind, those guys won games and won early. Hurts was a 2nd-round pick that had to come into a situation where he was doubted before. He's even doubted now. For even getting he's doubted now still. People going around talking like Dak is the guy out of that game. I was like, I didn't see it that way. You know, people still, I would say this, that narrative has changed a ton. Uncle. Sills is right. We still had Carson Wentz sympathizers out there in North Philly that would still have him start over Hurts. I never said his leash wasn't small. I'm saying in Philly, rage, okay? Randall and Donovan, those guys, hey, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Donovan in his first year win 11 games? You think Jalen would have the same success in Dallas, Sills? No. No. Dobbs is better than Daniel Jones? Yeah. Yeah. One guy makes $46 million. The other guy's a journeyman. Because no one has faith in him. I think that's the difference between Daniel Jones and Josh Dobbs. Someone believes in him and someone doesn't. I don't think it's every time I watch. Didn't that guy play in Tennessee last year and he had like 2 days of notice and he won a ball game or something last year? Am I right with that? He showed this guy parachutes in, wins ball games, He has like 14 hours to study the playbook, and he wins games. No, in Donovan's first year, he went 2-4, but was a first-round pick. Right. Well, out of Syracuse, that's right. He's going to get all the autonomy in the world. Second year, they went 11-5. All right. Easily have moved off of Hurts. Hey, if Hurts put another 9-8 season together in 2022, let me ask you that. You think if Jalen Hurts doesn't win at his clip and he puts another 9-8 season together in 2022, you think he's a starting quarterback this year? Do you really think that? Hey, I'll give you one better. Jalen throws for 3,900 yards and 22 touchdowns and 14 picks, and you're 9-8. You think he's still a starting quarterback in Philly? Or are they making a move? No way. No way. You got to win, dude. And a guy like Dobbs, and by the way, this is more about Josh Dobbs and Jalen here, but I'm making the point about believing in someone. I would have moved heaven and earth to move up to get Stroud. Hey, that might not have been that bad also, because that guy looks different too. And hey, kudos to him, man. He's changing the narrative about Ohio State. Good for him. Okay? Good for him. Absolutely. Hey, I like doing this. I like comparing I put my top 10 quarterback list together, and I like to go with some of the, and by the way, and I combined them with all the NFL.com, CBS, NBC, and a bunch of them. And my top 10 quarterbacks versus how the national pundits see Jalen Hurts and the rest of the quarterbacks. Okay? See, and I'm mostly going with CBS here. CBS has Herbert 10. I have Herbert 10. CBS has Purdy 9. I have Tua 9. You know why I got Tua 9? I got 2-9 because you got to win a game. That matters. Purdy's won a playoff game. And I don't think he's played that well over the last 3 games. He's not even on my list. They got Dak 8. I got Trevor Lawrence at 8. They don't have Trevor Lawrence. Get this. They don't have Trevor Lawrence in CBS in their top 10. And Trevor Lawrence is probably the second best thing. Will we not agree? Trevor Lawrence is probably, and his Jags are the second best team in the AFC with the Bengals on the horizon and moving up quickly. Will we not agree that at least the Jags are top 3 team? How could you have a top 3 team and not a top quarterback in the top 10? They got Tua 7. I got Jared Goff 7. How could you be 7-2? Jared Goff beats Patrick Mahomes in the opener. They don't have Jared Goff in the top 10. I got quarterbacks that win in mind, not put up fantasy numbers. They got Burrow 6. I got Dak 6. They have Mahomes 5th. I have Josh Allen 5th. They got CJ Stroud 4. I got Joe Burrow 4. By the way, I got Stroud 11. Herbert, probably in him. You could probably put Stroud there at 10. Okay? You got to count for winning. He's 4-4. I'm not saying it. But you got to count for winning. See, get this. The greatest statistic that Jalen Hurts has is that he wins, not the turnovers. 3, they got Allen. I got Mahomes. CBS has Hurts 2. I have Hurts 2. CBS has Lamar Jackson 1. And I got Lamar Jackson 1. I think Lamar has played more consistent. Here's how I look at Lamar versus Jalen. And I think that race comes down to those two guys right now with Mahomes. To me, the top 3 guys for the MVP award. And if you want to put Burrow 4, if you notice, that's kind of what I have here. Burrow is coming up at 4. You got Mahomes at 3. You got Hurts at 2. Wouldn't you say this about the MVP race? Would you take Lamar Jackson, Hurts, Mahomes, and Burrow, and would you take that group, or would you take the rest of the field on your odds to win the MVP? What would you take? I would take those. I think the MVP is going to come from one of those 4 guys. And as I said to you earlier, that stretch of games for Jalen Hurts, that stretch of ball games that's coming up here is going to determine this for the Eagles as you guys move forward. And I believe this with my entire soul. Okay? This stretch coming up here. Where is that? It's going to determine whether your coordinators are back. It's going to determine whether your quarterback wins the most valuable player award. If they win and they beat the Chiefs, and then they turn around and they beat San Francisco and Buffalo and Dallas and Seattle, and he goes 4-1, he's winning the most valuable player award. It won't matter how many turnovers, how many yards, a better record with the heart. Hey, and then you combine this. Did he do that with the hardest schedule in the league too? Yeah. There's no denying him then. And critics like myself, you have to do this then, like I did with Lamar when he won the MVP unanimously. What's your excuse now? Then the only one would be this. It's almost like talking about Michael Jordan pre-9 years when he won his championship. I guess then you have to hang on the fact he hasn't won a title yet. That would be the only. Get this. He is so knocking down the accuracy conversation. Now, the durability conversation will be a serious one, and I'm still suspect on that. And again, no one's saying that they don't like him. I just don't believe he's going to last long. I don't think he has a long career. He can't get through regular seasons. So that's another conversation down the line. We don't need to do that today. Okay? Especially in a bye week. However, that's just me. Especially, everyone goes, well, Sills, look at what a dual threat guy Steve Young was. He played 15, 16 years. No, he didn't. He played 9 years after Montana full-time and left the game with a concussion. Steve Young didn't retire because he wanted to. Steve Young retired because he had to, because of the concussions, because of getting hit the way he did. No, I don't believe Mahomes is not a dual threat. No, I do not constitute him. A guy who throws the ball 5,400 yards and 47 touchdowns, in my opinion, is not dual threat. Can he run? He does when he has to. He doesn't run on design plays. That's not what you're trying to do with Patrick Mahomes, is run designs. There may be a couple sprint outs where they have something they see in a game. But a 5,400 passing guy and a guy who leads the NFL in passing yards every year and touchdown throws and attempts is not dual threat. Mahomes runs when he has. I'm not debating that. Okay? I'm not debating that. All quarterbacks in today's NFL have mobility or you're nowhere. Why? Salary cap. If you can't move around, even Joe Burrow can move around. Call him dual threat too. All quarterbacks in today's game, why do you have to be mobile? Simple fact, because in today's salary cap, you lose O-linemen, you lose tight ends, you lose wide receivers because you can't keep everybody signed. So your guy has to move around. Not like back in the day with the 7-step guy, and he could sit back there like Marino because you can keep, or a guy like Peyton Manning. You know, Peyton Manning had his entire offensive line intact for 10 years. Did you know that? Every single guy that he had, and he had the same coordinator in Tom Moore. He had the same coordinator and the same O-line for a decade. That was because it was the way it was designed. They were not going to not have that line not around him. That's why those defenses were some of the worst against the run when Tony Dungy was there. That's why they underachieved also too. Because you know why? That's not what Howie does. Why do you think the Indianapolis Colts completely underachieved in the Peyton Manning era? Wait, that's interesting. How many people think that Peyton Manning underachieved in Indy? Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Dallas Clark, Edgerrin James, Marshall Faulk, the entire offense. You win one Super Bowl? Why was that? Because they didn't want to pay. You know what they were? They were the carbon copy of Gang Green. Their defenses were horseshit. Brady ate them up. He definitely did. Do you know Ben Roethlisberger had more success in winning games than Peyton Manning did? And he won more Super Bowls in one place than Peyton Manning did. In the Brady era, Ben Roethlisberger outplayed Peyton Manning. Indianapolis outplayed him. You're like, well, no. Postseason wins, never having a losing season, and winning 2 Super Bowls. Well, he wasn't a real factor in the first. That doesn't matter. Shit, you could make the comment Eli Manning had more success in New York than his brother did in one place. Eli Manning won more Super Bowls in New York than what Manning did, Peyton, in Indy. And he didn't have, who do you have? David Tyree? Who do you have? Plexico Burress? Okay. This guy didn't have Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne and Dallas Clark and Edgerrin James and Marshall Faulk in the backfield. Jeff Saturday at center. Funny, isn't it? They had all that talent on offense, and they let Tony Dungy have to kind of put the scrap heap papers together. Do you guys remember every year like the Colts were horrible against the run? And they had to somehow come up and like rig up a defense to stop things. And it was always like, and every time they ran into New England and they were an indoors team, and they had to go up to Gillette, they get killed. That's why the Ravens had more success going up to Gillette. They were not a balanced team. So one thing that, again, this is what makes Howie great. And this is what we brought up earlier about your corners not giving you financial return. Okay, Howie is looking at his team in this week, and this off week, and he's going like this. Damn, I could have spent that money over there on 2 linebackers or 3 linebackers. I could have took $7 million and filled the hole at linebackers. Hey, they stabilized it by luck with Cunningham. But then get this. Their zest to play Dean Personnel people are not coaches. No coach would put Nakobe Dean in there unless he was influenced by his boss. And again, this is not even a Dean conversation. I'm looking at the unit. He don't belong there. Now, if you want to blitz him, I don't even know if I'm going to do that with him right now. As a matter of fact, I might just keep him on IR the rest of the year. But I'm not deep there, so I'm going to need him late in the year. That's how you got to look. He is a spare part right now. He's not a frontline guy. He's not front and center. As if anything, you might want to try to get that kid Christian Ellis developed. And try to get him some. You need to be getting him reps on first and second down. You might want to try to get him in there. Okay? But see, he's an undrafted, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Christian Ellis a UDFA? That's a decision, again, that goes into the draft and personnel decisions, and it makes Nakobe Dean look worse because you're sliding him down the pecking order more. When right now, that has not to be an issue. It's about care. Okay? Your defensive tackle, but by the way, I'm seeing a lot more Milton Williams out there. Is Fletcher Cox okay? Are they resting him, getting him a little bit more rest? I saw him this last week against Dallas. I saw him out there a lot. Am I wrong when I say that, Tone? I thought I saw him out there a lot. Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis, Bob Sanders, horrible against the run. Great pass rushers. Horrible against the run. And the Patriots crushed him. Peyton has 2 Super Bowls. Not in Indy, you don't. And once again, you take 5% of what I say and you say something that I never said. Peyton Manning underachieved in Indianapolis because they were a one-sided team like you were in Philly with Gang Green. Fletcher got banged up versus Dallas. Milton took some load off the plate. Yeah, that's what I like him. Okay. Yeah. So you're good. You're Fletcher. I mean, I'm going to bring him back. $10 million. Would I pay Fletcher Cox $10 million next year? Fletcher Cox has been banged up the past 2 games, but he made some huge stops in the Dallas game. Would I bring Fletcher Cox back for $10 million? Because the 2 rookie tackles or the 2 young tackles are not making significant money, I would. I would ask maybe to restructure $2.5 million of the 10. I wonder what Fletcher would think of that. Probably not have a problem, depending if they were obtainable incentives. And his agent got maybe $1 million of it up front. He might want to restructure that to lessen the money on the cap. You got to think like this. Because you know why? Your return at corner right now is pathetic. You're not getting it. You got to cover the Bradbury. If he continues to play that way, Bradbury is costing you other positions that you could fill with money. Remember, there's only a $218 million salary cap, and all your money is on the offensive side in your O-line. Okay? You gotta always, when Howie's putting that roster together, it's not just about picking and choosing the best players. If that was the case, you'd have first rounders at every position, don't you think? You know, I'm gonna make a point to you here. The greatest part of New England with Belichick was twofold. What do you guys think the greatest thing about what went on in New England for 20 years? What do you think the greatest thing was? There's 2. Brady was never the high paid player in league history ever. And they never paid anyone. Who'd they pay? What receiver did they pay when they won Super Bowls? Don't you remember they got Randy Moss off the scrap heap in Oakland? Who'd they pay? They didn't start paying Gronk until later. Who did they pay? They didn't pay anybody. Guys in the O-line, they paid. The kid, the left tackle, they paid. Greatest thing was us beating them. Hey, LJ, I know, sticks in Brady's craw. They got 6. They got 6 NFL championships paying nobody. Not even the greatest player in NFL history. Who'd they pay on offense? Maybe a guy. They paid the corners. Some guys on defense. Nobody on offense. The quarterback was never a top 5 guy. Isn't that crazy? All right, let me take a timeout. I want to look at teams that need a quarterback here real quick here. I'll tell you what, Jalen goes 4-1 over these next 6 games. He's going to win your MVP. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
My name is Dr. Bruce Grossinger, and I'm the medical director of Philadelphia PRP and Stem Cell Institute. I'm reaching out to those who suffer from spine and joint pain. We use treatment methods that require no surgery, no scalpel, no drugs.
Running, walking, or whatever your desires are, Dr. Grossinger is where you need to come.
You can benefit from the same PRP and stem cell treatment as Wilbert Montgomery. Call us now at 610-222-5675.
We're here to show you a better way to spend your state income taxes and get the money to where it's needed to most to the thousands of qualified kids.
What we like about Blocks is they really know where the need is.
This program ensures that their dollars come 100% into these kids for their tuition assistance.
If you are able, Blocks makes the EITC piece go very quickly and very smoothly.
Turn your PA state tax liability into need-based scholarships and receive a 90% tax credit.
EAGLES, Eagles.
I am the real Slim Shady. Look at how hard it is to figure out that position. wrote this down just off the top of my head here. Hey, by the way, James, Tone, I think what people do, they think that these guys are just putting like little clips. They're called teases. Forrest, hey, they're teases for you to watch the content of where that came from. Someone goes like this. Sileo said that Jalen would never throw for 4,000 yards. You're damn right. With 450 attempts, never. With 600 attempts, of course. Common sense. No, he was never going to throw for 4,000 yards with limited throws. You can't be a guy with 420 or 30 attempts and think you're going to throw for 4,000 yards in this league. 600 attempts? You better. Here's the thing he had. 435 attempts, and you miss games. Do you really think a guy's going to throw for 4,000 yards? Common sense. Common sense. Add it up. He was never because of the limited throws. Oh. All you got to do is math. Those clips aren't my show. They are teases. Hey, Gumpy. They're teases. Okay? It's like talking to that dude on Napoleon Dynamite. Some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay? It's all good, but don't worry about it. You have no idea what I'm talking. Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah, it's okay. It's like a weird movie, but it's all good. Tool threat, I like it. You know I do. The Jets, post Rodgers, you're going to need a quarterback. Look how many teams. I just wrote 10 down here. Patriots are going to need a quarterback. Steelers need a quarterback. I don't know, Will Levis maybe. Texans maybe. I think the Raiders need one. I think the Vikings are moving off of Cousins. Packers need one. Jordan Love ain't the guy. Justin Fields ain't the guy. The Bucs are going to need one. The Rams are going to need one. Look at all these teams that are going to be in search of the Holy Grail. And the Eagles found him in the second round. What a luck thing. Oh, Wentz blows up. My God. You think he really did? You think that was a stroke of genius by Howie? That he drafted the future of the team? Okay. Then why'd you pay Wentz? You really think that Russell Wilson was the future of the Seahawks in Seattle, or Brady in New England, or Montana in San Francisco? Did you really think that they thought that? Yeah, I'm sure you did. Right. Or that Kurt Warner was going to put Dick Vermeil in the Hall of Fame? You realize that a guy who put ketchup bottles and mustard bottles on a shelf put Vermeil in the Hall of Fame. That's some first-round quarterback. I think he was cut 5 times. A guy putting ketchup bottles. Hey, Sills, you ever wake up next to a piece and say, damn, how did I snag this? Yeah, my old lady. That's how Howie feels every day. Yeah, but you know what? I don't know, man. You know, after a while, just remember something, Tone. Just remember this, man. And this goes out to all you youngsters out there. If you want to be loved and you want to be fed, marry a fat chick. You want to have a lot of pain and you want to have a lot of heartache, marry a hottie. You know where I sit. It sounds like I know you're paying. Oh man, you talk about I'm not even a problem solver, but I got to try to. I don't know. All right, hey, appreciate everybody coming aboard. Thank you guys so much, man. Outstanding stuff as always. Please hit the like button. You guys have been absolutely great. Thank you so much. Tone, spectacular stuff, man, as always, each and every single day. Don't forget our guy at 3:30 for the segment. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.